Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Hey everybody! Hey there, Fabo, and yeah, welcome everyone to another stream. It's been over a week now since the last stream. So yeah, I believe the last time I did a stream was like the 21st. Yeah, 21st. But Chris had been there, yeah. Yeah, last time I streamed was basically the 21st. I had planned to actually do a stream Tuesday, but I didn't really feel like doing one because I was kind of tired that day, and my neck has also been hurting basically the entire week since I think probably around Friday. From like Friday, Saturday-ish, all the way until yesterday, and still a little bit. I think it's basically been because I slept, like the pillows that I slept on or used while at home with my parents. I think they were a bit hard or something was with them so that my neck just started hurting. And it basically was so bad that if I ended up sitting in a slightly weird, or just like in a like, if I didn't sit in a specific way, my neck would start hurting. Slowly getting worse and worse, which would also cause a headache. Thankfully, it seems to have basically stopped, so at least that is going better. Did I have a lovely Christmas? Yeah, I had a completely fine Christmas. No sickness or anything. Well, technically my dad was a little bit sick, but it wasn't anything terrible. I think it was maybe like a virus that he had caught or something. I don't know. But it wasn't the big bad one. So that was at least that. What about you, Fabo? Did you have a good Christmas? Did I get any socks? I actually did. I got a like a pack of socks, I guess. I got, I'm forgetting the exact amount, but I think it was like 3 t-shirts, which I basically have to get a like size bigger because they technically fit, but due to the fact that washing and drying them would basically make them smaller, I would basically have to get them like the size larger. So my parents are basically taking care of that because they had the receipt and everything. And what else did I get? I got some bowls to eat out of, because I basically wanted some bigger ones than the ones I currently had. I got some money, and my brother and sister basically gave me a... I'm assuming it was children that basically did the whole honking stuff before. But yeah, basically from my little brother and little sister, I also got a... what's it called? I didn't get anything from them, but I basically was told that I could basically get a disc plate from them, or that they would pay for one. I just need to figure out which one I want to get. I might try and wait for like... and they might have like a sale or something, so I can get maybe 2 of them or something, but I need to figure out which ones I want. Yeah, and then I also ended up just from what's it called again? Package game, I forget what exactly it's called, and some other things. I ended up getting so many like snacks home. You had a mixed Christmas. It was good till your sister's ex came. Get your niece, so it was so it nearly ended in a brawl, but much better. I speak again. That sounds like a whole mess of things. Also, is that Chun that's just... yeah. But yeah. Also, she might be able to see Chun finally made it to Endwalker. And if I'm not mistaken, is about to head to Garlemald. He just hasn't gotten around to actually doing that, because he basically got to Ratatan, unlocked some crafting stuff, and then he basically got obsessed with that, and wants to basically do a whole lot of stuff with that. And he also wants to start doing the Studium things, which is what we're doing today. Which might be a whole lot of stuff. That you're in good health besides your leg. It's not my leg, it's my neck that's hurting. Like it's the basically left of my spine. That's basically the spot that's been hurting. So yeah. Third leg would be ass. Yeah, third leg would be very weird. But to be honest, if you had a pain in your third leg as a guy, that's not fun either. That's not fun. But yeah, what we're basically doing today is just the Studium quests. It's the same as essentially the same as with the Crystarium ones that I did a few months back, and I basically made sure to get most of the stuff ready. Essentially, all of these things I have in my inventory with these squares next to them are all things I need to hand in. I have been running around with this since Tuesday, I believe. My entire inventory has been filled up with all of this shit since Tuesday. And I've basically had to deal with an extremely limited inventory the entire week. And it's been a pain. But I basically just went like, I could just get these things farmed because I didn't know how long they were going to take. And then it ended up basically taking no time at all. Have I been farming? Some of it I have. Basically everything that's required for the... essentially from this spot all the way down to here, and then these fish here, I basically had to catch. And then all the stuff from there all the way down to there. This box here is all from mining and botany. All the other stuff I had to craft. But honestly, it didn't take too long to get all of that stuff done. It took maybe a few hours. But yeah, I guess we might as well just get started on this, because if I remember correctly, when I did the crystalline mine, it took like 5 or 6 hours to get through all of it. So I might as well just get started. So, cooking up a culture.
I've made a list of a few Hanish staples we require to emulate life in Rats at Han, and, well, there are certainly quite a few things you would struggle to procure here in Charlie.
Also, we're starting with the botany one, and I'm thinking maybe also doing the fishing one at the same time, because I do have to go out during 2 steps of it, or 2 parts at least, in order to get additional items. But I don't really know where exactly I have to go, but we'll see.
There is one in particular which is used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. Anirode, best of luck gathering this in Thavnair.
The Hanish staples you require can be gathered near.
Already have them.
Faculty of Anthropology deliveries are now.
Don't need to.
We won't get very far without at least a few goods from the regions we seek to emulate. But I trust you'll have no trouble procuring what we need.
Okay, so... get all of those.
Oh my, what fine specimens you've found. And so vibrant. Yes, these will be most helpful indeed. Thank you. These rocks are used to create the vibrant dyes Hanish clothing is often known for. They say each color has its own special meaning in their culture.
In making your first successful delivery, you have deliver the items Hinishi needs, and deliver them often to improve your standing.
Just deliver a bunch of things in order to get more stuff.
Professor Tankin and Hinishi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating Hanish culture.
Oh, even the clothes, everything. And they've even made food.
Most colorful, would you not agree? Alas, one would surely freeze to death wearing these clothes in Charlie for very long.
I don't quite remember what it is that these guys wanted to do. I guess it was maybe... I guess it has something with different cultures of different places, but I don't remember the exact details. I know that the cooking one wanted to basically make a... like some food that's be extremely nutritious, but also taste well. And the rest I don't really remember so much. I think the fishing ones, or the fishing one wanted to learn like some stuff regarding getting, I think it was like special fish.
And while their cuisine is quite delectable, I must say it is rather spicy for my own palate. Perhaps their love for spices developed out of necessity?
A fine hypothesis indeed, Hinishi. Food is prone to expire all too quickly in climes such as Rajasthan's. Copious use of spices not only helps to increase one's appetite, it also masks any unpleasant odors that may come from food on the brink of spoiling.
Just gonna quickly see if I can figure out what it was the different ones wanted to do. Just basically refresh that. Here it says. Basically from the journal, Professor Tenkin explains that his research is focused on recreating the lifestyles of other cultures, so that he can ascertain which is best suited to enrich the lives of the people of Shaolin. Okay. I'll just quickly pull up the different ones so I can get a refresh on these. So I honestly don't remember it, and it's been a while. What was it? Let's see. The fishing one, or the what was it called again? Faculty of Meteorology wants to basically study something regarding underwater etheric currents. Medicine. Faculty of Medicine. Let's see. Yeah, it's basically regarding something like making better food that actually tastes well. Astronomy. Yeah, the one that basically makes a like a telescope, I believe, so you can find the Ashore star. Basically, like a spatial star, I guess. And archaeology was there. Oh yeah, they want to basically create a relic or restore a relic that they have found at one point. That's what that was.
And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria, a likely reason for the region's struggles with sickness over the years. I can think of no better catalyst to spur innovation in medicine through the mastery of alchemy. This, for example, a tonic to raise the body's core temperature to protect from the cold.
Resourceful as always. Thank you, Professor.
Returning to their penchant for colorful hues, I believe I understand their reasoning for that as well. Simply put, primary colors stand out even under the unrelenting rays of the sun. Hence, everything from their buildings to their bracelets are made in bold, primary colors. And each color represents different concepts. Red, for example, represents fire. Its close relative, orange, represents the spiritual fire that rages within one's soul, the very source of life itself. This is why they believe orange to be an auspicious color for would-be mothers and the like.
Would-be. You don't say. That is, good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us of Rads at Han?
Oh, plenty. But I find experience to be the better teacher. So come, let us live as the Hanish do, and I am sure we will happen upon countless discoveries.
If I remember correctly, she has
well, this is all going rather swimmingly. I had hoped this research might bring us closer together, but I never dreamed we would end up living together.
Yeah, she has the hots for the other guy.
Of course it would not have been possible without your help, and for that you have my thanks.
She is very much in love with the professor, I guess. Seem a little priest.
Inashi is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a fledgling matchmaker.
Okay, next quest.
You've come at a good time. I do believe the professor has another assignment for you.
Good to see you, my friend. We were in the midst of summarizing what we've learned living an approximation of the Hanish lifestyle. While we commit our thoughts to parchment, I would ask you to acquire a few things we need for our next sampling of culture.
And where did you have in mind, exactly?
Garlemald.
The Empire? Oh my. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Do you truly believe there is aught we can learn from them to improve our way of living?
I understand your trepidation, Hinashi. While their history is filled with countless invasions and much suffering, there may yet come a day where we live in peace alongside the people of Garlemald. Though I realize how unlikely that may seem at present. But the winds of change blow fiercely now, and there may soon come a day when they seek shelter here in Charlian. Knowing they cannot manipulate ether as we do, I wish to better understand their culture should we need to play the hospitable host.
Now I feel like a fool for thinking you were only pursuing this project to improve the lives of those who presently call Charlian home. Such genius.
To that end, I would ask you procure a most essential staple of Garlean living. I speak of an ore unique to the region and a certain fruit there that has adapted to grow even in the coldest of climates. Oh, and do not fret, you do not need to bring back both. One or the other will suffice. The Garlean staples you require can be gathered.
Okay, already have all of them.
The Studium deliveries list for Hinashi.
We have been relying on the tomes in Numenon and existing theses in order to accurately emulate foreign cultures, and I have realized that there are a great many things you would never discover without experiencing them firsthand.
Just noticed that her outfit has appeared over there. What are more things are going to show up?
Goodness, I did not expect you to bring back specimens of such quality. This will make our work much easier. They use this ore to create alloys like adamantite, you know. Mahitake couldn't exist without it.
Professor Tankin and Hinashi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating Garlean culture.
He's just gonna hold a gun.
I must say I'm warming up to these cozy clothes and Mahitake heaters. All of this would definitely improve life in Charliean.
Alas, we've only been granted permission to use the heaters for the duration of our research. We'll have to return them to the Studium after we're done.
That said, I think I just felt a bead of sweat trickle down my neck. Perhaps I won't miss them as much as I thought.
Then I take it you have no need of this piping hot Garlean cuisine, cooked with Mahitake kitchen utensils?
Oh, Professor. No, I would gladly sample any food prepared with skillful hands such as yours.
Provided one is given the necessary instruction, even a child could operate these Mahitake devices. And at the heart of all Mahitake lies ceruleum. A most efficient and convenient energy source, indifferent to the whims of nature like wind and hydraulic power. Its mass production allowed the Empire to bring Mahitake to the people at large, with further refinements to their manufacturing process affording them surplus time and manpower, which they applied to even greater innovations. That said, the importance of alternatives to ceruleum cannot be ignored. It is, after all, a finite resource. Should we completely squander the world's resources, we will inevitably suffer for our lack of foresight.
Professor, this looks exquisite. I thought as much when we were studying Hanish culture, but you really are a fantastic cook.
You flatter me, Hinashi. I would be nothing without the recipes that guide me. Although, it does warm my heart to see you enjoy my cooking so. There are many, many dishes I still wish to try my hand at, and I would be delighted if you were willing to sample them as well.
Oh, it would be my pleasure. Is it my imagination or has the professor been more affectionate towards me of late? It really makes me wonder what will become of our relationship when his research reaches its conclusion. Oh, but I must stop daydreaming. There is yet work to be done.
We're also getting a decent amount of cordials, I think they're called.
Hinashi is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a novice matchmaker.
Wait. Oh, it's actually not even just normal ones, it's high cordials. Even better. Okay, the culture of carrots. Carrot nibbles.
Oh, I am positively desperate to know what culture we shall experience next.
And her Guardian outfit appear over there. It's the version of it.
Welcome back, my friend. We will be continuing our experience as Garleans a while longer, though I would like you to set about procuring materials for the next step in our research. Though to be honest, I've still to decide on where that step might be.
Well, thus far we have lived as people do in the freezing cold and the ferocious heat, so I would say it is time we set our sights on an altogether different sort of inclement environment.
Spot on as always, Hinashi. The people of Garlemald may have overcome nature's fury with their sterling use of technology, but they are far too reliant on ceruleum. Consider this: how would they cope if they were suddenly unable to obtain their precious fuel? One should never be without a contingency plan in case they are thrust into much less hospitable environs.
That is certainly true. However, what kind of culture could take root in an area that is effectively uninhabitable?
That is precisely what I have been mulling over of late, Hinashi. I wish to look into how exactly culture could come to exist in such places. The issue is, well, such regions tend to be uninhabited as a result of their harsh conditions. In short, there is nowhere that meets my criteria to begin with.
Inhabiting the uninhabitable. Yes, it does seem to be something of a paradox, but there could be merit in investigating the idea.
You are a well-traveled adventurer, yes. Can you think of any place that may suit our curious criteria?
What about Lamen, or Mare Lamentorum? Have you considered the moon? Let's just say this one.
A settlement on the moon by the name of Mare Lamentorum? Well, that would certainly fulfill my requirements, but even if it truly exists, it's not as if one can travel to the moon on a whim.
I can.
You're being entirely serious, aren't you? Good gracious, you never fail to surprise.
Indeed. However, I feel obliged to mention that we know absolutely nothing of life on the moon, assuming it is even possible.
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be something that you could, like this quest is something that you could do when you basically went to the moon. So it's probably supposed to be set during that period, during the MSQ, because at the end, it is definitely well known that, hey, yeah, we can go to the moon. That's not a problem.
Pray head to Mare Lamentorum and gather whatever items you believe are necessary to recreate life there.
The lunar staples you require can be gathered near the crush.
Okay, got those already.
The Faculty of Anthropology deliveries are now available.
After this one, we basically have to go and do a proper quest.
I don't suppose you would know how best to store items from the moon? I wish to avoid accidentally ruining any precious samples you acquire on our behalf. By the 12, you really are capable of travel to the moon. I know nothing of life on its surface, but even at a glance I can recognize the outstanding quality of these samples. These are carrots, aren't they? Not what I expected to be found buried in the crust of the moon, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Tankin and Hinashi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating lunar culture.
Oh my god.
Professor, are you certain this is representative of life on the moon?
I mean, they haven't... They kind of nailed it. Like, the big colored carrots, the container for, like, growing carrots, and there are also rabbits, but it still looks weird.
But of course it is, Hinashi. My information comes from the Laporites, a race that calls Mare Lamentorum home.
Well, that is all well and good, but is it necessary for us to don these ridiculous outfits?
Well, I thought it might help us to experience life as the Laporites do.
And as for all these carrots, make no mistake, Professor, it is wonderful to know that agriculture is possible even on the moon. but I fear a diet comprised entirely of one type of root vegetable will not hold up to scrutiny.
That may be so, but civilizations have had to move and adapt countless times throughout history, and they were not always able to eat exactly what they longed for. There may come a day when we too are forced to move to the moon.
The professor doesn't seem to be enjoying himself much. Perhaps he is not especially fond of carrots. I realize this is not the most opportune time to focus on my romantic pursuits, but soon my time will come. I can feel it.
She is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you an experienced matchmaker. A new quest continuing the story of the Faculty of Anthropology is...
Okay, so we need to do the proper quest now. Inageshi in Hingashi. Okay. Yakao Musaka? Okay.
I do wonder what culture we shall be examining next. Knowing even the moon is inhabitable, the possibilities seem endless.
I bear good tidings, permission has been granted for our voyage. I decided it was about time we went and experienced other cultures firsthand rather than recreate them here in our workshop.
A fabulous idea, indeed. Wherever are we going, Professor?
Hingashi. Kugane, to be specific.
Oh, how wonderful.
Though our journey has been approved, we cannot afford to tarry. We have been granted but a short amount of time to stay there, you see. Are you, perchance, knowledgeable of the Far East?
I am.
In that case, could we ask you to act as our guide? You have my thanks. We should arrive at pier number 2 when we reach Kugane. Pray meet us there when you are ready.
Okay, I'm kind of thinking of maybe doing the fishing one up to the fourth quest as well, just to I don't know, basically because I need to go out and get something as well for that quest. So I'm thinking we might as well just do it at the same time. Also, this is my fishing glamour. I've gone ahead and actually made the glamour outfits for almost every single class.
Alright, then. Shall we get started? To review, I require samples of aquatic life from various bodies of water, that I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of the respective region's underwater ether currents. Before I send you off to far-flung locales, I'd like to gather data from somewhere nearby. Collecting samples from a stable, controlled environment like Labyrinthos should give me a good basis with which to compare any future findings. To that end, I'd like to ask you to catch me some giant ether lice, and a fair share of them, to ensure a representative sample size. According to my preliminary research, they swim in abundance near the phreatic conduit, and have a noted fondness for gold salmon roe. You may now undertake delivery. Have you had any luck catching those lice? If not, I suggest heading to the phreatic conduit with some gold salmon roe in your tackle box. That is what you fishers call it, yes. Now this is a remarkable catch. Impressive specimens like these will give me even more quality data. I can't thank you enough. In making your first successful delivery, deliver the items T. Lake.
Okay. And cutscene.
Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to compile a full set of reference data. Now, we can finally get started on spots further afield. But before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, there's a certain hypothesis I want to prove. In my studies over the years, I have come to believe that much like the tide ebbs and flows with the phases of the moon, so, too, do the underwater ether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration of ether in any given current changes, aquatic life in the area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this and accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing, and even know when it's safest to navigate the seas. Needless to say, it would be a major breakthrough. And I'm one step closer to realizing it all, thanks to you. Ah, T-Leica. It looks like your research is progressing well. Professor Nelly. I heard that your friend here had started gathering samples for you, so I brought a few choice tomes with me that might serve to point you in the right direction. As always, you are too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. When the time comes that your research bears fruit, that will be all the thanks I need. Your mind for developing compelling hypotheses has always impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled gleaner to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I will be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest. Phew. Why, that actually wasn't so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up until now, Professor Nelly's confidence in me only made me feel pressure to deliver something that I wasn't even sure I was capable of. But now I've finally started to make some tangible progress, and it's all because of you. For the first time, I feel like I may have a bright future in academia after all. Yes, I have a feeling everything is going to go swimmingly, no pun intended, as long as you're by my side.
Okay.
T-Leica Tia is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you a dependable fisher. Oh, hello again. Did you notice the fish tank, by the way? I went ahead and put one of my research specimens in it. Quite the looker, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I'm having the time of my life analyzing all this data. I mean to continue my analysis of ether lice, of course, but I will task another gleaner with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like to make full use of your skills by having you visit an area I've long been fascinated with. I speak of the ocean surrounding Thavnair. I have reason to believe there was a significant change in the ether currents in those waters that occurred around the time of the calamity. Professor Nelly shared with me some data from 20 years prior, and I would compare it with current data to ascertain if I am correct. The waters around Thavnair, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Nelly's research. I wish to study them more to honor his work, whilst also using it as a starting point for my own. Before you go, however, a word of warning: ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. I realize that you are a seasoned professional, but I fully understand if you do not want to take on the risk.
So done. I almost did return from my voyage on the Siren Song Sea. Consider it done.
Oh, thank you. I knew I could count on you. Anyhow, I'd like you to fish the same species that Professor Nelly studied 20 years ago, to wit, the Gargana wrasse. According to the books the professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff, and are known to enjoy nibbling on shrimp balls. And that should do it. Be safe out there, yes. The Studium. Have you managed to reel in any wrasse? According to my references, they live in relative abundance near the Great Runoff and favor the taste of shrimp balls. Speaking of which, how do you plan to travel to Thavnair? I suspect teleportation magics would be the most convenient way, if, sadly, not one available to me. In either event, do take care.
Okay. These. And I'm gonna hit the limit on white scripts. I need to go and spend them on something. And if I am not mistaken, oh wait, I can just do a script exchange, that's right. Let's see, what to get. Guess I could get Blue Gather's scripts, since they are an easy way of basically getting some of the sand for the Heaven's Ward Relic weapon. I'll just grab those, I guess.
Have you managed speak? Dear me. What an impressive specimen. This should allow me collect data as complete as Professor Nelly's from 2 decades ago. I can't wait to compare my findings. Well, I dare say I've more than enough samples now. Pray wait for just a moment, I'm going to ask Professor Nelly to take a look. It's not every day that you ask after me, T-Leka. I trust this means that your research is coming along well? Better than I could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data with yours from 20 years ago, I can say with confidence that the concentration of ether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, I would posit that smaller fish species in the area have increased in abundance several-fold. The Gargana wrasse, in particular, is known for protecting itself from predators by creating disturbances in the surrounding ether. A population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in a dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explaining the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would surely play havoc with ships' ether compasses. Outstanding work, T-Leka. Of course, more data will be needed to prove your assertions as fact. Should it hold true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Come to think of it, I remember you showing considerable interest in my research into the seas around Thavnair. What exactly was it that drew you to my work? Oh. It's just, well, I always found the figures somewhat unnatural. Call it a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it warranted further research. Ah, now that's the true spirit of a scholar. Even the most epoch-making of discoveries often started from observation of a simple irregularity or curiosity. With that intuition and power of observation, you're going to go places, T-Leka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced. I am. You flatter me, Professor. Haha. Take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and faint praise. Of course, Professor. I will redouble my efforts, and work harder than ever to deliver results. And on that note, I'd best get to work summarizing my findings for inclusion in my thesis. If I am able to identify an explicit correlation amongst the post-calamity change in ether concentration, the explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it will go a long way toward proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll be needing more fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I might have to send you to even more hazardous locales. And yet I'm sure you're up to the challenge, yes. Splendid.
Next.
I swear, this is the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now, where to start?
I believe the next area that he would have sent us to, or that he basically asked us to go to, is Galamond. Do you remember getting some fish from there?
Lakatia is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you a formidable fisher.
History lesson. Or carrot dimples.
Ah, hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The samples you've provided me with have allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. As it happens, I actually just decided on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed my analysis of the currents surrounding Thavnair. I must say, it's been most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data. To wit, I mean to research the currents in Garlemald. We've been unable to even set foot in the region until now, which means that gathering data there could lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater ether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within their shells should allow me to draw some conclusions about how their habitat has changed over time. After carefully perusing Professor Nelly's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlean clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'd be up to the task of catching some for me?
Already done it. I know that place like the back of my hand. A clam should say, leave it to me.
Wonderful. I'm quite confident that quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to truly begin to take shape. Ah, yes. I also read that clams exist in abundance in the area around Camp Broken Glass, and that leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such a perilous location. Please, do whatever you must to stay safe. The Studium Deliveries list.
That's been updated. So I'm curious, is Shunshun still online? Yep. And he's still leveling up his crafters. Where is he so far? Okay, I guess he got Alchemist and Armor to level 90. Guess he's working on Weaver now.
Any luck finding those clams? As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance right around Camp Broken Glass. And don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leeches. I've heard that Garlemald continues to be a most volatile and perilous place. I admire your courage, friend. Even were it not for my ether sickness, I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself. You've done it? And what a remarkable sample it is. My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well of late that I've brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants and help me analyze all this data. At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environs for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. It would be no understatement to say your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver with my thesis. Oh dear, my stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it. Ah, T-Leica. Would you believe you're the talk of the Studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you are able to glean about the ether currents of Garlemald. Professor. Yes, it's all thanks to Shauna here. Without her aid, I never could have procured this most invaluable specimen. Indeed. Truly, I have not seen a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I meant to tell you about everything I'd learned from the clams you brought. I'm pleased to report that analyzing Garlean clams appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far the most interesting thing I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between the ether levels near Thavnair and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time when the ether concentration was high near Thavnair, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see. That bit of evidence would seem to corroborate your hypothesis that the planet's ether currents move in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect data from more regions still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in the fish population across the world. This could have remarkable implications for the future of the fishing trade. I was thinking the very same, Professor. Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research were to bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far. But now, I feel more confident than ever that I will be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why, I can almost see my completed thesis in my mind's eye. But I can't afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work remains to be done. I am pleased to see that all is progressing well. And yet, do not be surprised if there comes a time when T-Leica's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider what it is that truly drives him to engage in his work, for such times come to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Should T-Leica find himself at an impasse, can I trust you to lend him your support when it is needed most? It would mean the world to him, and to me.
Okay. Let's see where I need to go.
T-Leica Tia is overjoyed with your efforts. He now
Next
considers
quest.
you a seasoned fisher. A new quest continues.
So basically with this one, I need to go and actually catch something. Wandering a whale.
Thanks to your most selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. Other gleaners have also been helping me by continuing to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would gather data from further and further afield. Which is, of course, where you come in.
Professor.
Aubrey. It's not like you to get so excited. Whatever. Ah, but I haven't introduced you to yet, have I? This is Aubrey, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing all the data we've collected.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but this is no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The harbor master has requested that you come and assess the situation with all haste.
Oh dear. I suppose we'd best be in a hurry, then. My apologies, but it seems our work will have to wait until later. In the meanwhile, would you accompany me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation could prove most valuable.
Alright. Let's go and do this quest, and at the same time also go and get the other stuff completed. So this color's Harbor. I think I need to catch a fish for this step at least. And I already have the bait, I believe. Which I believe are leeches. Might as well also just those there. I should maybe also go and actually talk to the Wandering Minstrel and I think unlock a few extreme trials. I think I can at least unlock one.
I believe it was somewhere around here. Look, everyone must be so concerned. It's not every day that a massive whale finds its way into the harbor.
That's a weird looking whale.
That's a breed that calls the northern seas home. It's not especially rare to see them off the coast, but I've never heard of one coming so close to land as this.
It's most strange. It doesn't appear to be wounded, nor have there been any notable storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so far off its normal course.
What indeed? At any rate, we need to move it to one of our facilities and ensure it's kept safe while we tend to its wounds it may have and study it more. I suppose we should check its ether levels as well. Ready a team for me, Aubrey.
Of course, Professor.
This may be quite the undertaking. My apologies, but our project will have to wait a while longer. Let us reconvene back at Searcher's Meet and discuss the matter further.
Okay. So, back up there. Okay, so quickly head over to the Wandering Minstrel and really complete whatever quest they have. Okay, that's a new person to Endwalker, based on their location.
Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears.
Ratio.
Good gods, a battle in the void? You've certainly wasted no time seeking out newfound adventure. By all means, regale me with the thrilling details. A world without death, where the strong devour the weak. And a woman touched by darkness, who possesses the power to seal void scent. Fascinating stuff indeed. But this archfiend Barbaricia, as cruel as she is ravishing. Though she is fearsome enough by your account, I cannot help but wonder, what if she had devoured more of the great WYRM's ether? How terribly bright might her soul have shone then? Yes, they come to me, the beginnings of a new verse. Pray listen, if you will. In armor black, from shadowed lair the knight, with steely voice, declared a dragon's freedom he did steal victory in his crusade to seal. Wind made flesh, the archfiend fair her pride, her long and lustrous hair on dragon soul she feasted well a tempest free to toll the knell. Fighting to devour. Devouring to fight. Should the day come when this will is broken, would a voidsent greet her end with a wail of anguish? Or would she heave a sigh of relief? Whichever it may be, 'tis ironic to think that a soul who had sought freedom, and for so long, should end up being imprisoned in cold crystal. Thus I would sing of that final battle. For in that lightless world, 'tis in such a moment, I believe, that their lives shine the brightest.
Storm's crowding stream. Nice. I don't even know if I can actually do that one. What's the requirements for it? Oh wait, it's actually under high. Yep. 600 item level average. Yeah, none of my classes have that. The highest one is Reaper, and I still need like 12 more item level. Like average, in order to do that one. I am currently able to do S1C7 Unreal. But, yeah, don't really know if I want to do that. Back to Fisher.
Oh, hello there. I'm so very sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished tending to the creature's ailments and doing some preliminary analysis.
As we suspected, the whale hadn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering from severe ether sickness and is highly disoriented as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize.
The creature's ether levels were also cause for concern, which would explain why it wound up somewhere so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all of this.
How goes it, Tileka? Oh, and Shauna. What a pleasant surprise. I've heard all about your predicament with the wayward whale.
Master Kit. To what do I owe the pleasure?
She's the one who basically helps us go to Thapnir, the MSQ.
I was simply hoping to pick your brains about something that I imagine is related to your line of work. Around the same time your larger-than-life friend wandered into the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore in Yedlimed, near the experimental Aetheriot.
That sounds too similar to be mere coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Yes, this strikes me as very much related to my studies. That said, nothing I have gleaned thus far has suggested that ether currents can change so drastically as to inflict nearby creatures with ether sickness. All I have observed suggests that the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, not unlike the tides. Indeed, the entirety of my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. If there has been a sudden disturbance in the underwater ether currents, then it will take some time to determine the cause. I also need to attend to the whale. Oh, when will I have time to return to my thesis?
As for the whale, the Studium has already announced that it will be dispatching a vessel to research the ether currents in the seas near Charlie. It won't benefit any of us if such incidents continue to occur, after all. If we wish to investigate the link between the two events, as Master Kit suggested, then perhaps we should pay visit to Thavnair. An astute suggestion. You could recruit the help of one of our colleagues over there, or... Wait a minute. I believe you have the perfect woman for the job right here.
Sure, I'll go to Thapnir, if you insist.
As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I knew you'd be up to the task.
In case you are able to hear like some sounds in the background occasionally, that's fireworks. There's apparently right now there's someone firing off fireworks near where I live. So I guess that's audible, because it seems like the audio mixer is at least, or my mic is at least picking it up, based on what it shows in the audio mixer in OBS. Yeah, can't really do too much about that.
I would accompany Shauna.
You would? When was the last time you even ventured outside the Studium's grounds?
That's not important. Shauna has risked life and limb to help me with my research. I can't just keep leaving all the hard work to her.
But Professor, going to Thavner means you would have to travel via the Aetheriot. Or by ship, not that you'd handle that any better.
You don't have to tell me that. Still, time is of the essence. Besides, I'll never be truly respected as a researcher if I don't go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. I have let my fears rule me for far too long. Today is the day I conquer them.
Well, it's clear you're not going to change your mind. At least try not to cause Shauna too much trouble.
Now that you mention it, I hadn't consulted you on the matter. Shauna, do you mind if I join you this time? Fantastic. In that case, I shall see you in Yedlimit.
Okay. I guess I'll take Gashi first. Kind of just be more specific. Docks, or here too, to be more specific. And Chun Chun is still just working on Weaver, it seems.
Sometime later. We braved the experimental Aetheriot, and came via Rad's Adhan. Much to our delight and surprise both, they were renting local attire, and I was not about to pass up the opportunity to dress in authentic Hingan garb.
I still cannot quite believe I am here in this foreign land with the Professor.
Now, where is Kuganea Castle? Wherever it is, it does not seem to be visible from here. Would you happen to know a better place to take in its splendor?
The roof of the Tsukasa Hostelry should be nice. What about the Tasugara Bridge? Are they? Is the first one like all the way up there? The jumping puzzle.
Wait just a moment. Are mere tourists such as ourselves allowed on the roof of said establishment? I enjoy fine views as much as anyone, but I would rather avoid becoming a criminal. Perhaps Tazogare Bridge would be the better option. If I am not mistaken, it should be close by. Shall we have a look from there?
It's not that hard to get up there. It just might take a few tries. Plus the fastest way of getting down is just basically breaking legs by jumping off.
A fortress most formidable. This may be an island like Charlian, but it is quite clear our cultures are as night and day. However, one must keep in mind that Kugane is unlikely to be a true representation of life in Hingashi. After all, this port town is but a tiny part of a larger region, and sadly the only section of it open to the wider world. If we are to get a truly accurate picture, we must speak with the locals. Speaking of which, this place is surprisingly peaceful considering recent events. The ruling class doubtless controls what information is allowed into the area. Which begs the question, how much is known by those here regarding affairs in the rest of the world? Perhaps they are convinced they are strong enough to weather any storm alone. At any rate, our work here is certain to prove a most enlightening experience. Already am I glad for this trip.
Ahem, Professor. If possible, I would very much like to visit the Umaniko tea house and sample their dango. I have heard very good things.
Hinashi. Do not forget why we are here. We are researchers, not tourists. You would do well to remember that.
My apologies, Professor.
Forgive me, I did not mean to upset you. I fear the long journey has left me on edge. Kugane does indeed thrive on tourism, and you are not wrong to deem that aspect of their culture worthy of investigation.
You are too kind, Professor.
Now, let us pay a visit to Pier number 1 and take in the storehouses, then make our way to Kakeji Yacht.
Okay. So I guess just head down there. I guess I could have just gone to that one and just teleported down there. Yeah.
Ah, such heat. Greater, perhaps, even than the Garlean heaters. It is an honor to witness the forging of Kugane's world-famous katana blades. Ah, but we mustn't forget why we are come here. I suppose now it is Hinashi's turn to rebuke me.
Where
Hinashi,
is she?
where could she have gone? I was so entranced by the sights and sounds of the city, I cannot rightly say when last I saw her. Let us split up and search for her. If you would check the Ijin district, I will search on Kaganadori.
Thought maybe she was just outside and I missed her, but I guess not.
A woman lost on the streets, you say? A tourist would have no cause to come this way. You would be better served searching near the gates of Kugane Castle. Much of the city can be seen from there. Now, if you will excuse me.
Okay, so I'll just port up there to the Ruby Bazaar. Okay, so you saw her.
Hinashi. We've found you at last.
Professor. Oh, thank goodness. I thought if I waited here long enough, you would come eventually.
Yes, we did plan on visiting the castle, didn't we? I should have expected you would memorize our itinerary. But what happened? I could have sworn you were right behind me.
Well, I was approached by a merchant on Kaganadori whilst we were making for Pier number 1. I stopped to say I was not interested, and when I turned around you were nowhere to be seen. I should not have been so careless. You did warn me not to behave as a tourist, after all.
No, I should have been more attentive. When engrossed in my work, my surroundings all but fade away. The thought of you lost, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Kuganea. My heart was fit to burst. But to see you here, safe and sound. Words fail to express my relief. I can only imagine the distress I've caused you.
Oh, Professor.
What can I do to comfort her? That's it? Terribly sorry to ask this of you, but I wish to fashion a hairpin for Hinashi to lift her spirits. Might I trouble you to procure the necessary material? The Ruby Sea is said to be a treasure trove of resources. Perhaps you can find something there along the shore or beneath the waves.
Okay, also the Ruby Sea then.
Thank you. I would be a fool to leave her alone, so I will wait with her here until you return. The hairpin material you require can be found at Hell's Lid.
Okay.
I am terribly sorry for all this. Our stay was meant to be a short one, and yet I have wasted so much of your time.
Okay, so let's see. It doesn't show there. This way, and then over to Hell's Let. And let's see, where could that item be? So, where's the closest one? It might be that one of those, because this is basically just Hell's Lid. Essentially. So let's use one of these. Ah, yep. Because I'll just get some crystals. Actually have a special description. Can be used to craft a beautiful hairpin in the right hands. Ah. That's all it says.
They say the Ruby Sea is a treasure trove of natural resources. I am certain you can find what I need there. Absolutely stunning. I shall waste no time in taking this to a craftsman. Pray keep Hinashi company here while I am gone.
Where do you suppose the professor has run off to? I suppose it doesn't matter. I would only prove a hindrance were I to accompany him further.
My apologies for disappearing like that. I went on a little errand to have this made for you, Hinashi.
Wait. The flower on this hairpin is...
Nothing gets past you. Indeed, it is the flower the locals here know as a hinashi. I thought it would be a shame were we to return home from our travels empty-handed. I hope it is to your liking.
It's perfect. Thank you, Professor. I shall treasure it for all my days.
Strange. These excursions to other lands are always a rather stressful ordeal. With Hinashi here, though, things are different. Ahem. But this is no time for self-reflection. We must needs survey the rest of the town post-haste. Let us make for the Rakosa district, followed by the Bakaro Inn. Ah, but wait. Before all that, we must pay a visit to the Umaniko tea house to sample their finest dango and tea.
Thank you, Professor. I can hardly wait.
Okay, all the way up there.
The springs were exquisite, though it was the view that took my breath away. I yet struggle to believe that on the other side of this ocean lies Doma, and the Azim Steppe, my ancestral home. How I would love to travel there just once, to see how the nomads live firsthand.
You will, Professor. Someday. And I shall be by your side when we do.
I should like that very much. Alas, the time has come for us to return to Charlian. Pray stop by Searcher's Meet once you've returned. I would see you compensated for your work here.
Okay. Off to Yellowbit then. And do the fishing stuff.
I found this fellow rolling about in his own vomit a short while ago. Not a pretty sight, I can assure you. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone suffer from such severe ether sickness.
Rolling around in his own vomit. Oh.
Irk. Shauna? Is that you?
I kinda expected something like this to happen, considering that he already has, like... He's kind of allergic to ether, I guess, and... That experimental etherite is not exactly the most fun one to take, since it can just, at least using the method that we use at least, it's not exactly the funnest way to get here.
Ah, you know this fellow? The poor man was so ill I thought he might die. I'd not have believed anyone could suffer from such severe ether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself. Be glad you weren't here to see me immediately after I arrived. It was even less pretty a sight than what you witnessed at the Aetheride Plaza back in Charlian. And don't even get me started on the most ghastly visions I saw. Countless replicas of myself, dancing and singing and spinning, spinning, spinning. Oh, the spinning. Please, make it stop. Irk. I'd suggest you lie down for a while still, friend. It wasn't so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, spitting up some ghastly bile. You are right, my friend. My apologies for making you worry so. I'm truly sorry about this, Shauna. Might you be so kind as to ask around while I rest here a bit more?
Okay, gather information from the three places.
Now that you mention it, there was one thing out of the ordinary earlier the day before the fish appeared. The river that runs here from the shroud of the Samga was swelling like mad. The seawater flowed back into the river, and some say they saw it carrying fish deep into the woods.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like it, entire schools of fish suddenly washing up ashore. There were so many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. Our fishers have their hands full trying to clean up the mess even as we speak. Troublingly, we have no idea what caused it. It's not as if anything ominous occurred to portend such an event. Why, the night before was peaceful as always, the full moon shining bright in the night sky.
Okay.
Gah. You think this is a lot of fish? You should have been here earlier. This is a massive improvement, believe you me. No time to rest, though. If they start rotting, the stench alone will be enough to make the whole town ill. What's especially bizarre is that these fish normally stay away from land altogether, save for when they go up rivers to lay their eggs, that is. Anyhow, I've never seen, or smelled, anything like it in my life, and I hope I never do again.
Okay. Back to Tlaka.
My apologies for making you go alone, friend. I still can't quite stand up straight, but I feel much better than when I arrived. Tell me, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople? A full moon the night before, and a strong tide flowing up into the river? It would seem this is what we call a tidal bore. The fact that these fish are typically not seen near the coast is strangely reminiscent of our whale problem, as well. No, this cannot be mere coincidence. The matter of these fish that were supposedly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they would provide much more useful data than those rotting corpses on the beach. If we were to analyze them and find them in a similar etheric state as the whale in Charlatan, we could safely conclude that both events were caused by the same, or at least, a similar, phenomenon. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon you again, but could you go catch those fish for me? They might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, swimming upstream, you said? I suspect we are looking for Alnaron salmon. If so, those leeches you used on the clams in Garlemald should serve you well again here.
Okay, I have some of them on me. Hoping that 30 of them should be enough at least. Where does it say they need to go? 0 does, that is this part be fine? Okay, it's been detected the thing I need. That was 30, like over 30 seconds that I had to wait. Seemed like. There it is. Didn't need that many of those. A migratory fish that is sometimes found wandering the coast of Alnair. I think that's how you say it.
I loathe to impose, but you must go into the woods and catch those fish for me. I didn't come all this way just to get myself sick. I must solve this mystery. Oh, thank the gods. And thank you, my friend. I would have hated to go home with nothing but the memory of my worst bout of ether sickness ever. I'm happy to report that I also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemists who helped me, and it turns out they have a keen interest in ether as well. We had an exchange of views that was most stimulating. I may not have been able to do much while here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the Studium for once. Now, it's time we return so I can make use of this new knowledge and analyze the samples you so kindly reeled in for me. Alas, while we may not need to use that god's awful experimental aetherite to travel back, an aetherite is still an aetherite. Heavens have mercy.
Okay, it's a challenge for both of them. Then I need to hand in 6 items for each of them. And then we get the last quest, where I need to go and get some additional item, and then we can finally get started on all the crafting ones. All 3 of those. So I can see that my retainers are done with their adventures. Let's we'll quickly collect things. It's also nice to finally have some more space in my inventory.
Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental aetherite. I've just about finished analyzing the fish you caught in Thavnair. As expected, their ether levels are almost identical to those of the wayward whale.
So you believe that a sudden change in the concentration of ether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior?
Precisely. That said, the change was of such magnitude that I would struggle to explain it with my initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, if such sudden changes are possible, then I may have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the sea until we know precisely what is at the root of this problem.
Might the tidal bore hold the answer? Is it not connected to the ebb and flow of the tide? Just go with this one.
Yes, I do remember considering that when you shared the people's tales with me.
If we posit that the underwater ether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself is, then any sudden change in the moon's state would naturally affect underwater ether levels as well.
Ah, I think I know what might have caused that.
Recent changes in the moon? By the scholar, that's it. The destruction of Zodiark would have freed an unfathomable amount of ether from within the moon. It would be only logical if this had an impact on the underwater ether currents.
Yep.
If this is the explanation, my initial theory may yet be viable, with this recent outpouring of ether being the exception that proves the rule. We will need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future. Tileka. Word has it that you braved the journey by Aetheroid to do some field work in Thavnair. Did you find aught of interest there? I see. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and re-evaluate their theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought to how you might adapt yours? My initial theory was, to a degree, predicated on the existence of Zodiark. Now that he is no more, I am not entirely sure how we might. Unless we could. Yes, that's it. We could examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time when the heavens were free of Zodiark and other entities of high etheric concentration.
Professor, please. This is no time for idle jests.
I'm being perfectly serious. Why, I have complete confidence that Shauna here will be able to find what we require.
I do not doubt her skills, but even the best of gleaners would struggle to find specimens of species that doubtless died out ages ago.
Oh, yeah, of little faith. Our friend is more than up to the task. Isn't that so, Shauna?
Yep.
Bahaha. Now that's the spirit, Tileka. A good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, and I have no doubt you will arrive at an answer ere long.
Okay. And fish time forgot.
Oh, hello there. I've been racking my brains trying to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far. No matter how much I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from a time before Zodiark came to be. I simply can't accept that all the work we have put, into confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. You know what? Give me any idea you've got, no matter how outlandish it may seem. Please, Shauna. I am in dire need of inspiration.
So all you need is an ancient fish, right? You'll be surprised at what I can do. All you need is just an ancient fish, right?
Oh, but wait. Do you truly mean it? As a scholar, I would love to probe deeper into the details of exactly how you mean to do this, but this is hardly the time for idle chatter. If you can indeed procure the sample for me, I beg of you, please do it. Why, this could very well be the solution to what I thought an insurmountable problem. Ideally, I would examine an ancient specimen that shares some common traits with creatures that still exist today. Reading through Professor Nelly's tomes, I remember thinking that a species called the Smaragdos would be perfect. I know not where you mean to find them, but I wish you safety and good fortune in your journey, Shauna. Use a sky. Someday, when I am done with my thesis, you will have to tell me all about how you seemingly can do the impossible. Use a sky spoon lure to fish some Smaragdos from.
I already got them.
Are my eyes to be believed? An actual Smaragdos, and it's even more impressive than anything I saw in my books. I know not how you accomplished this, Shauna, but you have my eternal gratitude. Shauna. I've just finished my preliminary analysis of the Smaragdos, and, needless to say, it has proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of the faculty discussing the days before the world was sundered. This led to me wondering just how far back you traveled. I have long heard rumors of a collective of goblin scientists who were attempting to traverse the fabric of time itself. To be honest, I always thought it a mere jest. But is it possible you used such a method to journey into the past yourself? But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets, not now. You have provided me with exactly what I need to break this impasse in my research, and I must seize the opportunity. At any rate, examining the relative states of the Smaragdos scales, it appears quite evident that the levels of ether in the underwater currents fluctuated regularly even in those pre-zodiac days. That said, the shifts in concentration appear much gentler compared to the present day. I suspect that the inflated ether levels of the moon caused by the presence of zodiac are the key to explaining this change. Put simply, these recent incidents have a manifestation of ether levels returning to how they once were so very long ago. Frankly, I should be elated. This effectively proves my hypothesis correct. However, something does not sit right with me. I feel like I must do more than just identify what is happening. How can I sit around here in my office poring over specimens and tomes while these poor sea creatures are suffering? The next whale might very well come ashore to its doom like the fish in Thavnair. Oh, thank you for coming, Professor Nelly. I am most pleased to say that with Shauna's help, I believe I'll finally be able to finish my thesis. Is this to say that you truly were able to obtain a specimen from ancient times? Impressive. Yes, most impressive indeed. Truth be told, the senior faculty of the Studium have been aware of this form of travel for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunate you are to have Shauna at your side. With your diligence and aptitude, and her unparalleled gleaning skills, I am expecting greater and greater things from your thesis. I knew it. So if I am promoted to full professorship, I might gain access to that knowledge as well? Then I must work even harder toward that goal. And yet, at the same time, I find myself with a dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus entirely on my own research at a time like this? Is it not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner? Very astute questions, those. And questions for which you must find your own answer. Of course, none would object if you were to publish your findings. You've done more than enough to support incoming researchers at the Studium, and your work will doubtless prove a fine starting point for any who wish to explore the subject further. There are plenty of academics who are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies, and research for its own sake. However, there is also demand for another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to the problems of our world. Your research has brought you face to face with innocent creatures in peril, and united you with a brave companion who has traveled to the edge of the world, and beyond, for you. It is little surprise that you might find new motivation from their presence. Yet at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say. As always, Professor Nelly has given me much to ponder. Up until now, I'd simply enjoyed solving the mysteries of the world through my research. Only now have I begun to realize there may be more to it than that. Forgive me, but I would like to consider the matter further. Might I be able to count on your aid again once my mind is made up? I swear, I feel there are no limits to what I might achieve as long as you're by my side. Tilakatia is thrilled with your efforts. He now considers you a fantastic fisher.
Okay, so I believe the next one... Yep, that's the one that, that's a normal quest of sorts. Let's just wait with that one until we're done with We're at the same stage with these two.
Ah, it is good to be home. Traveling is lovely, of course, but best enjoyed in moderation like all good things. I should hope you have some place to call home as well. Then I would bid you return there, and take a well-deserved rest. I will be in touch again once we are ready to resume our work. You know, on our return voyage to Charlian, the professor said he'd been duly inspired and eager to continue our work. What culture do you suppose he intends to study next?
Good question.
Ah, Professor. Now that we're all gathered, might we discuss your plans moving forward?
Crying out loud, remember to get something to eat. She forgot all about the time. I've made sure to basically eat dinner before the stream, so don't worry about me. I've made sure of that basically. But you need to make sure that you remember to eat something valuable. And hydrate. I need to go out and grab some water because I already drank my tea. So I'll be back in like just a second. After I go and grab some more water. I'll be gone for like a minute or so. Okay. Oh, on screen. There we go. Got my water. And also grabbed myself some snacks. Just because I thought, might as well.
Yes, of course. Our research thus far on the lifestyles of peoples in various regions has proved quite enlightening. However, after much deliberation, I have concluded that to merely compare and contrast locations alone will not suffice. No, we must consider different time periods as well.
Without sharing, how do you want me to try and share it? I can't exactly like send it to you through the screen. I'm pretty sure sending it through the mail is not gonna be exactly, I guess, fast either. Post num pictures. I mean, I can quickly send you a picture of what it is I'm eating on Discord, I guess. Just give me a sec, I'll just keep the screen while I take the picture.
Oh my. Well, I suppose that means we will be studying Alig, then? I can think of no other bygone cultures worthy of scrutiny.
and I understand full well why you would reach that conclusion. However, I recently happened upon records that suggest there exists a civilization that predates Allegan's, a civilization older than time, far more advanced than one might believe possible.
Yeah, basically what I'm eating is cookies. Some store-bought cookies from a brand that Co-op has. I'm also just sending you pictures of Fable on Discord of the bowl that I have with them. I basically just opened, like, when I went out to grab the water, I went, I do have these cookies. It's like, I don't know, 1/3 of a bag left or something. But I just thought, you know, I might as well just grab the rest of them and just put it in a bowl and I can snack on them while I play.
It sounds a fantasy, I know. But if it truly exists, I wish to recreate that paradise.
You want some vanilla biscuits? True. To be honest, they aren't exactly very interesting, these, because it's just the, like, extremely cheap ones from Co-op stores from the XIV brand, so they're not exactly interesting, but they're at least something that you can eat. Of course I started eating a biscuit just as that thing came out. Yeah, I don't even know the place you speak of. I've seen part of it. A place called Elvis.
Please, tell us all you know.
A facility for the testing of creation magics. Fascinating.
No, not Elvis. Elvis. With a P instead of a V.
Were it anyone else I would call them mad, but you did travel to the moon. I realize I am asking a great deal of you, but if there is a way to procure relics from that age, I would be eternally grateful. I will make what preparations I can for your return.
This may yet prove to be the discovery of a lifetime. Anything you can bring back to us will surely prove a boon to his research.
The Elpis staples you require can be gathered near the hungering. The Studium Deliveries list.
You know, a part of me thinks it odd that we now strive to emulate an ancient civilization. Would that not, after all, mean we are taking a step back? Though, if this Elpis is as advanced as you say, perhaps it will prove to be a step forward.
Just want Elvin. Elvis Pine Leaf. Give the Elvis samples.
Goodness me, this material is unlike anything I've ever seen. Honestly, I find it hard to believe it is as old as you say. All the better for our work, I suppose. These minerals are possessed of immensely high concentrations of ether. Whatever could they have used this for? Professor Tenkin and Hinachi, take the items you brought them and set to work emulating Elpis culture.
Welcome, friend, to our humble abode.
What the fuck?
I beg your pardon, Professor?
How the fuck does he know how to speak ancient?
Oh, my apologies, Hinachi. I was simply imagining what the people of Elpis might have sounded like. Ahem. We did our best to recreate their culture based on what you have told us. Frankly, it felt like I had wandered into a fairy tale at times, but I do find their way of life has its merits. They do not waste time on the frivolous. Everything has a clear, functional purpose.
Perhaps, but I find their clothes make it rather difficult to go about one's duties.
It is entirely possible they did not need to engage in physical labor. Their proficiency in creation magics may have led to the decline of their physical frames. Wielding writing quills and such was no doubt a simple matter, but it is unlikely they could bear anything weighty.
What role do you suppose these masks played, exactly? Mayhap, they were averse to showing their faces?
I would posit that they distinguished each other not by their outward appearances, but by their ether. Or, perhaps, they all led such fulfilling lives that they simply had no need to express themselves as individuals. To think that such a sophisticated civilization vanished in but the blink of an eye. I wonder if all cultures are ultimately destined to meet the same fate.
We will discover that answer in due time, I'm sure. Though part of me wishes we could live like this forever.
Haha, an interesting idea, Hinashi, but I am not so sure it is a wise one. Still, it is gladdening to see you enjoy the cultures of the old world so.
Oh, no. That's not what I meant. Not exactly. I was merely thinking how nice it would be if every day could be like this, experiencing new ways of living together. Studying the length and breadth of a people's history as a whole, we could see naught but trends and tendencies. Like this, however, taking a glimpse of their lives, day by day, the parallels between our cultures become quite clear. Even these ancients of Elpis no doubt enjoyed the simple pleasures of life as we do, taking each day as they came. It would be so lovely if we could do the same. Enjoying the simple pleasures of life. One day at a time.
Why, Hinashi? You are exactly right. I sometimes feel I learn more from you than I do my own research.
You flatter me, Professor, but I've said nothing worthy of such praise. Hinashi is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a veteran matchmaker.
Okay. So I guess I'll just accept this quest and the one from our fishing buddy over there. Complete those two and then we'll get started on the crafting ones.
We have already amassed so much data for the professor's research, I cannot imagine where we will turn our attention to next.
Good, you're here. There is something I wish to discuss with you both. I will be informing the Studium that my research has concluded.
What? But why?
My apologies for keeping this from you, but my research had an ulterior motive. It was, in fact, part of a contingency plan devised by the Forum. That plan being mass exodus to another star. The true goal was to determine what cultures were worthy of preservation, and how said preservation might be accomplished.
I don't understand. Are you saying the Forum had resigned itself to abandoning this world?
I'm afraid so. Yet the fact remains that culture can only survive and thrive through the people who share in it. Any knowledge we might feasibly preserve now is no different from the myriad tomes collecting dust in the halls of the Studium. Which is why, apart from research being conducted in Labyrinthos, we were tasked with finding suitable cultural elements we might actively preserve for those in the future. And it was during our most recent endeavor that I found my answer to this great conundrum. Hence, there is no need for further research. I need simply summarize our findings in my thesis. My sincere thanks to you both for all your hard work.
Truly, the pleasure was all mine. A pity our work must come to an end.
Yes, well. Ahem. Did you have any plans for after our research was finished?
I cannot say that I do. Our work together has been so engaging I could scarcely think of aught else. In fact, it has been quite some time since I've paid visit to my parents. Which reminds me, they said they found a new suitor when last we spoke. Something to look forward to on the voyage home, I suppose.
A suitor? Gods, am I too late? If only she had stayed a short while longer. What do I do now? I was hoping she would accompany me on my next venture, research of a ceremony of sorts. I say research, but it's more of a, Oh, Tankin. Such roundabout thinking is how you got yourself into this mess. My recent endeavors together with Hinashi have made me realize just how much she means to me. I realize the foolishness of harboring these unrequited feelings, but I can contain them no longer. Which is precisely why I intended to propose.
Ooh. It's about time. There's nothing foolish about love, Tenkin. It's about time.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, though I don't understand why you're so moved by my proclamation. But before I propose, it would be prudent to learn how she feels about the matter, and for that, I require your help. Though I understand if you would rather not involve yourself in such a personal matter. You will help me? Truly. Then perhaps hope is not yet lost. You see, my plan was to fashion an eternity ring. I wished for it to be something memorable, which is why I would ask you to procure materials for the ring from the place where Hinashi and I first worked together, Labyrinthos. I shall see to the rest, and have hopefully steeled my nerves in the interim. The eternity ring material you require can be found in Lower Acranthos.
Okay. And just to show where it is.
Ah, Shauna. Always a pleasure to see you. I fear I haven't quite made up my mind regarding the issue we discussed last time. Please don't be overly concerned. I fully intend to finish writing my thesis for the upcoming conference. At the same time, I can't stop thinking about what Professor Nelly said. In fact, I was just thinking I'd head to Tranquility to be alone with my thoughts for a while. Would you mind joining me a bit later? An exchange of ideas might do me well.
Seeing that Chunchun isn't that far away from actually having all of his crafters maxed up.
Ah, thank you for coming.
It was like 3 at left.
Do you recall how Professor Nelly encouraged me to consider what path would most inspire me? I was thinking it over, and it occurred to me, had I not met you, I doubtless would have continued to use my ether sickness as an excuse to stay cooped up in the Studium forever. Likely I would have succumbed to the weight of expectations, and given up on my research entirely. Thanks to you, however, I was able to obtain the data I had so long sought, and now my thesis is nearly complete. For that, you have my eternal thanks. And yet, I am now struck with the profound feeling that I must do more. I must seek even greater heights. I suspect my colleagues would laugh me out of the room if they heard this, but I have a mind to obtain data from the moon itself. If I can only get my hands on that, I'm confident that I could find a way to stabilize the ether currents, and in doing so, save the poor creatures of the sea from their suffering. Yes, this is no time to rest on my laurels. There is so much more that must be done. Of course, I'll hardly be able to accomplish this on my own. What do you say? Will you lend me your help one last time? Oh, thank you. I promise that this will be the last request I make of you. As for precisely what I would have you procure, this is where it gets a bit complicated. Normally I would reference the tomes in Numenon, but as one might expect, none of them cover the ecosystem of the moon. Perhaps you might seek advice with those who reside in Mare Lamentorum. If anyone could tell you what's worth catching, I suppose it would be them.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, I shall focus on writing my thesis. I cannot wait to see what sort of exotic specimen you find for me this time. Perhaps one of the knowledgeable Laportes of Bestwaysboro could point you in the right direction.
Okay. Let me just quickly look up something, because I do believe I needed a specific bait for this quest. I need a grey worm, which I can buy on the moon and also in the last area. Okay. Guess I'll hit those first. Let me see here. That the area? Where is that? Can I find it by searching here? I wonder. Nope. Wrong one. It is Labyrinthos, but where is it? Ah, it's out there. So the lower section. I guess the fastest way would just be to use the Aetheryte system to end up in Labyrinthos, and then go from there. Since this will just put me like right next to where it is, and I just need to like fly down. So apparently the closest one is down in this direction. There it is. No idea what this is. Oh wait, that's probably from I'm assuming that might be for Emelians? Wrong though. Okay, I'm assuming that when I deliver this I need to then go somewhere. I think I can probably head to Bestwaysboro and continue with the fishing quest.
Well, hello there, Shauna. Whatever brings you here today? You don't say. That strikes me as a rather curious thing to be researching, but to each their own, I suppose. At any rate, I do believe the most representative specimen of the aquatic ecosystem here is a fish we call the lunar lamenter. They're quite plentiful in the waters of Vallis vulnerus. They're known to have a fondness for grey worms, which we suspect is one reason they taste so atrocious. Believe me, you won't find any of our chefs complaining if you take home your fair share. That said, it's most surprising to hear that the destruction of Zodiac has impacted your world so. Do be careful down there, yes.
Okay. Where's that? Location then? Ah, there. Alright, so I'm assuming that the vendor there can Chungmonger can probably sell me the bait that I need. Let me just get 20 of them. I need to go there. Assuming I can probably just do it anywhere in the like around the crater. I don't think you're just flying out this way. Okay, I can't try to catch it there. Wait, now I think about it. That's right, that was like stuff down here. Also, there's a lot of people down here fishing. Really? To use the right water. Come on, give me the right one. Okay, that should be the one. Yep, seems like it. Just didn't come up with anything there. Let's make the old shot. There we go. Okay. Go to the studio, deliver the fish, and also deliver the ring materials.
you're back. I'd love nothing more than for you to regale me with tales of the moon, but before that, do I smell what I think I smell?
An ancient creature that calls Marum Lamentorum home.
Incredible. So this is the sort of creature that dwells in the lunar seas. I can't wait to dig in and start examining it. While there's no telling until I see the data, I'm quite confident that this discovery will allow me to revise my theory and complete my thesis. I'll be making my presentation at the phenomenon, but, to be honest, I've never been very good at talking in front of the senior faculty. Might you be so kind as so come sit in the audience? Just knowing that I had a friend among the audience would go a long way to putting my heart at ease. Normally only the faculty and students are allowed to attend such events, but I'll have a word with the administrators. Given all you've contributed to my research, I can see no reason you shouldn't be permitted to attend.
Okay.
Have you found something suitable? I do not mean to rush you, but I fear time is not on our side.
Can be used to craft a beautiful ring in the right hands.
Thank you. Now to set about fashioning the ring. Before you go, may I ask one last favor of you? Please deliver this letter to Hinashi. Ah, you must be Professor T. Lakatia's guest. Please, go right in. I do believe your friend's presentation is about to get underway. Ahem. Thank you for assembling here today, everyone. I am T. Lakatia, an associate professor here in the Faculty of Etherology, and today I would like to, present some recent findings from my research on, ether currents. Ahem. My presentation is entitled Ether Tide, on the waxing and waning of ether levels in underwater currents. Simply put, my hypothesis was thus, the world's underwater ether ebb and flow in tandem. When the concentration of ether drops in one area, it rises in another. This phenomenon repeats itself periodically. Long did I believe this was so, but never was I able to accumulate sufficient data to prove it for certain. This all changed recently, thanks to the talents of a truly remarkable gleaner who risked life and limb to gather the samples I needed. In the course of my research, however, I also discovered many things which I had never imagined at the outset. First and foremost among these was the ether zodiac exerted upon those self-same currents. Now, as you all know, zodiac is no more. As such, ether levels have temporarily fluctuated across our entire star as the etheric state of our world gradually readjusts to how it was in the days of yore, before zodiac came into being. Having had the fortune recently to analyze some samples obtained from the lunar surface, it has become apparent that this fluctuation in ether levels was at its most dramatic during a full moon. We have reason to suspect that the recent incident with the wayward whale was also caused by the self-same phenomenon. In other words, a sudden change in the local ether levels caused it to suffer from symptoms akin to severe ether sickness. Needless to say, this would be all mere speculation if it were not corroborated by concrete data. To that end, kindly turn to page 14 in the booklets I have handed out and take a moment to peruse the chart on that page. Quite fascinating. Many scholars stubbornly stick to their initial convictions despite the circumstances, but you have clearly taken even the most recent developments into consideration in fleshing out your thesis. Admirable, indeed. You are too kind, Professor. And yet there is more I would share. Utilizing my own findings in combination with some alchemical techniques I learned from my colleagues in Thavnair, I do believe I have crafted a spell that might help to stabilize the underwater ether currents. More so than my academic findings, I believe this to be my greatest accomplishment. Isolating the relationship between the moon and the underwater ether currents was an important first step, no doubt. But helping those suffering creatures will be of far greater import in the end. Our planet is currently in a state of transition. I suspect the imbalance in ether levels will continue for quite a while still. And so I intend to do everything in my power to minimize the effects of this on both beast and man until our etheric environment stabilizes and returns to normal. Thank you, Tia. We shall inform you of your evaluation in due time. In the meanwhile, pray continue to attend to that poor beast in the harbor. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Professor. There you are. I simply had to tell you before anyone else. My colleagues couldn't stop praising my thesis. And to say I could never have gotten to this day without your help would be an understatement.
So I guess it was good enough. You got accepted.
Not only have I secured more funding to continue my research, but I've also been promoted to a full-fledged, tenured professor. I simply cannot believe that the day has come that I can wear this prestigious gown. Why, I've dreamed of this since the very first day I set foot in the Studium.
Yeah, it looks good on you. Your whole outfit suited you better. Looks good on you.
Oh, you're far too kind. I've still a long way to go before I'd be worthy of this garb in the way that, say, Professor Nelly is.
Yeah, that cryptid. Furry boy? Are you referring to, the Makota? Here. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Cryptid.
I always believed in T-Lake's potential, but I dare say he would have been hard-pressed to fulfill it were it not for his fortuitous meeting with you, Shauna. For that, I, too, owe you my thanks. Oh, and this is neither here nor there, really, but I received some rather delightful news recently from the Faculty of Medicine. It would seem the professor there who was researching methods for treating the whale has developed an experimental medicine that can lessen the effects of ether sickness. Even more fortunately, it is said to work even better on men than on beasts. Yes, with this new medicine at my disposal, I can finally take responsibility for my own field work, and stop forcing generous gleaners such as yourself to travel in my stead. Just think of all the places I'll go. Distant lands, the open sea, why, maybe even the moon. I simply can't wait to really stretch my legs and explore the world. And with that, I'd best be off. But this isn't farewell, not by a long shot. I have no doubt our paths will cross again somewhere upon some distant sea. I thank you once again for everything, my friend.
Okay, I think I need to probably talk to him again, I'm assuming. Ah, there he is.
I'm standing here in this new gown, but to be honest, it still hasn't all sunk in. Congratulations, Tia. You have come far indeed, and you've earned every bit of it through your diligence and dedication. And glad I am for it. For now I've seen you realize the potential I always knew you had. I can finally retire with my heart at ease. Retire? Professor Nelle, what are you saying? No need to act so surprised. I've been considering it for quite some time now. I'm no spring chicken, and there's little reason for me to cling to my position when promising researchers like you wait in the wings. Of course, I will continue to share my experiences with you if you so desire. But finding that which most inspires you and pursuing it with all of your body and soul, this is something you must do for yourself. I have already imparted all I can. You were able to find this in yourself, in no small part through your chance encounter with Shauna. I was happy to be there for you along the way, but I dare say you will fare well enough without me. But, Professor, the future of ethology is bright indeed as long as young talents like yourself continue your research here. And so I very much look forward to hearing of your myriad achievements as I enjoy my golden years. And if you're ever in need of conversation, pray visit, that we might muse about the mysteries of the world, not as teacher and student, but as colleagues and friends. That would be delightful, Professor. I could not have asked for a greater parting gift than your vote of confidence. And thank you once again, Shauna. I will be continuing my research here at the Studium, so do stop by whenever you would care to talk ethology with a friend. Likewise, I look forward to hearing even more about your adventures and the far-flung lands you've been exploring. And perhaps if you happen to come across any exotic species of fish, you could snag one or two for me. Just for old time's sake.
I want to see what happens if you scratch Tsunaka behind the ears. I actually don't know how Mikode would react to that. Some of them would probably like it. Others would maybe get a bit offended. Well, that's
Tia could not be happier with your efforts. He now considers you a master fisher. Keep an eye out for others at the Studium.
Yeah, we're now done with the meteorology stuff. Nice. Time to help the lovebirds get their shit together. So you need to go to her. Down at the harbor. Deliver the letter. And that should, I would assume, maybe the second to last thing I'm doing here. Maybe. There she is.
I can still hardly believe our work with Professor Tankin is over. It was foolish of me to grow so attached, I know, but I've never been so happy as when I'm with him. A part of me wishes he felt the same, that we might have grown closer in the short time we had together. Alas, life rarely lives up to expectations, but thank you again for all your help. I had better be going now.
Letter addressed to Inageshi. The untidy handwriting betrays how nervous Tankin was when penning it.
A letter? From the professor? It says he wishes to discuss his future works with the Studium, and that I am to return immediately. But he should be readying his thesis. Whatever could be so urgent? Only one way to find out, I suppose.
Okay, that was not the last step. There's still apparently at least this step and then maybe another one. At least 2 more steps in the quest, maybe more. also have gotten a title actually. Playing that one before. Yep, Erudite Angler.
You delivered the letter? Good. Now I but need wait for her arrival.
And we get a cutscene. Seems like a slightly more animated one than usual.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor.
Thank you for returning on such short notice. You see, there is something I must tell you. To be brief, how should I say this?
Just say it.
You noted in your missive that you wished to discuss future matters with me. Have you, perchance, decided on another subject of study?
No, not exactly. You see, Hinashi, I would like to officially list you as the lead author of my current thesis. Naturally, this will require you to contribute extensively to its composition as well. A fine opportunity for you to put forth writings of your own as well.
You would trust me with the position of lead author? I would be honored, of course, but it was you who did most of the work. I could not possibly steal the plaudits you so rightfully earned.
Nonsense. I have learned so much from you over the course of our research. It would be nigh fraudulent of me to take all the credit.
Is that so? I had no idea. Well, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Professor Tankin, for I cannot stay. My parents have completed arrangements for me to meet with this new suitor they've found, and so I must return home at once.
You shall do nothing of the sort.
Professor, please. There is still plenty of time until the thesis must be submitted, correct? Surely it can stand to wait until I've met with.
The thesis is not what concerns me, Hinashi. It's ERM.
Speak from the heart. Did you prepare a gift for her? Kinda went and got an item for you after all.
Yes, of course. If not for you, I fear my nerves would have gotten the better of me. Thank you. Our work together has taught me a most valuable lesson. It is not an environment that makes a home, but rather the people one shares it with. And in time, those people may form the deepest of bonds. Hinashi, the time we've spent together has been the happiest of my life, and I do not wish for it to end. Say that you will stay with me, that we may enjoy the simple pleasures of life together. One day at a time.
Professor Tankin, I don't know what to say.
You are well within your rights to refuse if that is your want. Should you choose instead to be bonded with the suitor of yours, I will not stop you.
Bonded? Whatever are you talking about?
Did you not say your parents found you a suitor?
No, you have it all wrong, Professor. The suitor is not for me. It's a business partner, for my parents.
Oh.
Your parents?
You did know that my parents are both botanists, yes? They were recently introduced to a potential financial supporter who also wished to know more of my research interests. I thought it an opportunity to secure funding for our next venture, and so I agreed to meet with him.
Our next venture?
Of course. You won't be getting rid of me so easily, Professor. There is still so much for us to see, so much to do.
Then, does this mean you have accepted my proposal?
Proposal? I'm not sure I follow. And may I ask why you have that ring?
Well, you see, this ring is used in the ceremony of eternal bonding, and I was hoping you might join me in a recreation of the ceremony.
A recreation? Absolutely not.
Actual ceremony? Definitely.
Then let this be the first of many real experiences together. Hinashi, will you join me in the ceremony of eternal bonding?
I thought you would never ask.
Which just like takes the ring. And they even put out the old flowers and everything for it.
I know not what the future holds, but so long as we are together, I know our days will be filled with joy and happiness.
Okay, so I have been to a few of these ceremonies of eternal bonding in the game. One thing they're currently missing is a Moogle.
A lifetime of new experiences, and endless possibilities.
Also, the only way that they should be able to kiss is by basically having magical wings appear from their back, which allows them to fly in the air. Because that's the only way you can actually kiss in the game, is by basically having that be a scene that happens during the ceremony of eternal bonding. Which is fucking weird. Like, that's the only way you can actually get two characters to kiss in the game. It's only in that cutscene.
This was all so sudden. If you told me this was a dream, I might be inclined to believe you. Nevertheless, it gladdens me to know we will continue living together as we are. Though a small change of pace now and again would not be a terrible idea. Perhaps we'll take a trip once our thesis is dealt with. Ah, speaking of trips, we will have to pay a visit to my parents first and foremost.
A splendid idea.
I had a feeling you'd think so. But before all of that, I wish to thank you for helping to complete our great work, and more importantly, for bringing the two of us together. I believe I speak for us both when I say you have our eternal gratitude.
Let's grab this one, I guess.
Hinashi could not be happier with your efforts. She now considers you a master matchmaker. Keep an eye out for others at the Studium.
Okay, so that's the fishing and gathering ones done. We get the Erudite Seeker title. Oh, time to just get started on one of these. I'm just gonna do each of these faculties one at a time, so I guess astronomy, I guess medicine, and then archaeology. Well, without you.
Shauna, let us waste no time in getting to work. I would like to ask you to craft star lens braces. They are arguably the most important pieces.
I already have all of those.
You may now undertake.
Yeah.
Thank you for agreeing to assist. Please deliver the braces here once you've finished. What stunning craftsmanship! Your talent is incredible, you are a star among stars. In making your first successful delivery, you have begun to earn Jude's trust. Deliver the items Jude needs, and deliver them often to improve your standing with the Faculty of Astronomy. Thank you. Without your help, I'd have no hope of ever finishing the star lens. Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the best summers of your life. Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Bar-becs. It is a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Various cuts of meat are thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that is not so with the Poetry Club. We gather round the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as we watch the meat smoke and sear. Perhaps the flames that sear the meat will finally ignite a fire in your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you will be able to declare your undying love for that homely, yet somehow still alluring girl. What do you say? Honestly, I do not know why you would come to me with such a proposal. Join our poetry club, Jude. Just have one taste, and you'll realize exactly what you're missing out on. Jiromir, you live boldly and elegantly. Unlike you, however, I am a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send chills down my spine. Nonsense. Surely you at least take meals with your peers? You are my only friend. You jest? I never learned how to make friends. They do not teach you that at school. This is but further evidence you mustn't remain here, alone and isolated. I'll continue to visit until I get that through your thick head. Jiromir never fails to impress me. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him.
You'll get there with a bit of effort. You can get hold of yourself. You'll get there.
You're right. Lamenting my situation will get me nowhere. Chin up, Jude. If you're always looking down, you'll forget to look at the stars.
Think you're witty, huh?
It seems I am beyond help.
Oof.
Thank you for that. However, perhaps I would not have needed comforting had your words not cut so deep. I am, after all, an extremely fragile creature. That said, we still lack the necessary parts to complete the star lens. I still have a few things to take care of, but you'll be hearing from me again before long. Thanks to her encouragement, my heart, which was as weak as a marmot, has now grown a bit tougher, tough enough to match pudding. Jude is pleased with your efforts. He now only considers you to be a marginally scary individual.
A marginally scary individual, apparently. There we go. Poetry recital?
Aha, Shauna. Just the woman I wanted to see. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Thank you. I need for you to craft what is to be the heart and soul of the star lens. You see, an ordinary telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the star lens captures ethereal flickers. This requires what is known as an ethereal lens. While, of course, materials of a high grade are important, it is the craftsmanship that determines quality, to which I turn to you. The Studium Deliveries.
Okay.
Have you managed to finish the ethereal lenses? These are what will allow us to pick up on the ethereal firmaments in the distance. Magnificent. Even to the untrained eye, it is easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With this ethereal lens, we will be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I am indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. Jude, sequestering yourself in such confined quarters will eventually take a toll on your mental health. Come, there is fun to be had in the outside world. And what, exactly, does this fun you speak of entail? Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we all gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital. I have no poems to recite. 'Tis the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more fully, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you really put your feelings into it. I suppose I can give it a try, if it means I can become a bit more like you. A soul shrouded by the dark abyss, the tears that pour forth as blood-stricken rain solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness. I regress, perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. That aside, now you've had a taste of what our sessions entail and what it is like to live every day to the fullest. With your grades and brain, changing faculties should be fairly straightforward. By my next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature and our Poetry Club. While I know Jaromir intends well, abandoning my studies in pursuit of literature would mean relinquishing my dream of locating the Azure Star.
You can't give up on your dreams. If your resolve is so weak, perhaps you should consider moving to the Faculty of Literature. Follow yourself. Can't give up on your dreams.
You're absolutely right. The whole reason I joined the Studium and this association was to see my goals through. Thank you for always being so supportive and returning me to my senses. I just wonder why Jaromir is so unrelenting in his attempts to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Astronomy was his first love. Though we were momentarily sidetracked, I would like to thank you once again for your help. I am eager to continue our work together.
Okay, doesn't want to read this one apparently. With you by my side, the resolve in my heart has hardened, and I feel as though the strength of a chocobo rages within me.
Jude is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you an individual that takes time to warm up to strangers.
One step forward.
Shauna, let us jump straight into the next part of the process. I ask that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires highly specialized magic. While I understand the mechanics behind this magic, the sheer volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please, might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me? There are no words to express how thankful I am, Shauna. Not only are you assisting me with producing the star lens, but you continue to encourage me every step of the way. The Studium
More deliveries.
With the ethereal amplifiers, I should finally be able to channel enough magic to operate our star lens.
Okay. Amplifiers.
Shauna, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you. I've just finished looking over the last delivery. We are so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly. Jude, today must be your lucky day. The ever-busy Jiromir has decided to grace you with his presence.
Strangers.
Who are these people? No doubt they're here to extort coin from me. I must report them to the Studium's guard post haste. Thinking aloud again, are we? You need not worry. They are with me. In fact, they are members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone could get acquainted.
It's nice to meet you, Jude.
She's speaking to me. Of course she's speaking to you. That is, of course, the reason we are here, is it not? Ah, you must be the craftswoman assisting Jude. Do also feel free to drop in on one of our poetry meets sometime, should it strike your fancy. So what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We were just on our way to the last stand, would you care to join us? Steady now. Jiromir is trying to help you. He knows you have no friends, and is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You really should be thankful, truly. Absolutely not. Apologies, but I am currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time. What is this nonsense? Come now, Jude. Join us just this one time. Only regret awaits, should you continue down this dark path. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let us just be on our way, shall we? Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally, I would have been so nervous, even the thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. I must be growing.
You did well, you improved. Get a hold of yourself. You're improving.
It is you I have to thank, Shauna. Your continued support has allowed me to really blossom. Now enough about me. We are so close to the finish line. With just a bit more work, the star lens will be complete. Before we proceed, however, there is one thing I must confirm. Please come back to see me when you next find the time.
Thanks to Shanna, the choke point by heart has transformed into a mighty hobgoblin. Okay. Speed strain. It doesn't get a
Jude
red
is
rod
overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you a good-natured individual. A new quest continuing the story.
Yep. New quest. A 10-year promise.
Last we met, I mentioned there was something I needed to confirm before proceeding. This something concerned Jiromir. Since joining the Studium, I have not had the chance to have a proper discussion with him. There is so much I would like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow from 10 years ago, or why he insists so fervently that I drop my studies.
But try to scratch any in Final Fantasy? To me, like, scratch like their back or their head or something like that, because I don't know if that's even possible. I guess you could do like a custom emote of sorts. Because there's no, like, it's not possible to scratch anyone, like, normally, but you can do technically, like, custom emotes. Which would probably be some, like, you would use the pet emote, and then you would just have it display a different bit of text of, like, scratching them or something like that. I haven't done it, but there's probably people that have done it at some point.
For the longest time I was too scared to confront him. I thought if he had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you and our Star Lens journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head-on. I plan to meet Jiromir and ask him what happened to the promise we made at the exact spot where we encountered the Azure Star in Tranquility. But I'm positive that if I ask him to come, Jiromir will find another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Shauna, would you be so kind as to ask him in my stead?
Custom emote.
Thank you.
I mean,
You can likely find him at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends.
Like, it's a pretty easy thing to actually do, as far as I understand.
In the meantime, I will make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jiromir there.
Like, it's not something that's against the rules to do. In this case, all you do is just in a macro. I think you just do like 2 things. I just don't really know what one of them is. Let me see here. Emote. Let me actually check something here, can I? Ah, yeah. You basically do, I think, essentially just do something like /pet and then motion afterwards, and then you would do /emote or /em and then the message, for example. It does seem like there is... apparently if you have custom emotes disabled, the chat filters, it won't appear. Is there... somewhere where it just says custom emotes? Nope. Yeah, it's not too difficult. It smells of ERP. I mean, I'm pretty sure in ERP there's probably people that have done, like, made those sorts of emotes. I would not be surprised. Okay, so I need to get over there. Personally, I have not ever made any of those emotes specifically for those macros, essentially, because I don't do RP. And because I don't really know how to do it, like, well, and I'm not really comfortable doing it either.
Who are you? What do you want from us? You there. You're the craftswoman helping out at the Faculty of Astronomy. I take it you're not here to recite poetry? You're looking for Jiromir? Sure, I can point you in his direction, but you have to do something for me first. You see, there is this girl. She spurned my advances a few days ago. I can see you are also flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man such as myself.
I haven't told me what you want already, so what do you need me to do?
Aren't we snappy? Well, I know just the thing that will elevate me from simply charming to outstanding, a set of classy writing utensils. I want you to craft them for me. I will, of course, see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman.
Okay.
Just ask this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me a rather large sum of gold and will see that all your expenses are covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer.
Okay. Storage, Studium, Deliveries, running utensils. And it needs to be high quality. Okay. Let's see if I can figure this out then. Just do it without screwing it up completely. Just don't really feel like finding a macro online for this. Use this. Let's see, manipulation. Oh wait, this is it? Oh, it's past cement. That's the one. There we go.
Once you finish crafting me my utensils, you can deliver them directly to me.
A stellar set of running utensils.
Excellent. With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of the average club member. She will have no choice but rethink her foolish decision. Ah, right. You wanted to know where Jiromir is. You can find him at Scholars Harbor right about this time. A real wet blanket, this one is, if you ask me. No need to say that. He's only just joined and has yet to settle in, is all. What faculty did he transfer over from again? He is certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets, then. Yes, the utensils you crafted are superb. Rather than dallying about admiring your handiwork, however, you'd best hurry to Scholars Harbor if you want to catch Jiromir.
Okay. To Scholars Harbor and find Jiromir then.
Oh. It's you, the craftswoman working with Jude. What can I do for you?
Let's talk to you about Jude. I need to speak with you. I'd say we need to speak with it about Jude.
You want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well. I suppose I can spare a few moments if it concerns our dear friend Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private elsewhere? Tranquility. I'll be on my way, then.
Where's tranquility exactly? It's over there. So I'll take the Aetherite up to there and then run down. Cinematics.
So what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I see. I suspected as much. Of course I should have known you'd be suspicious. You have always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came. And I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Jiromir, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? So you know I once presided there. It would be odd if I didn't. Surely, even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search for and find the Azure Star together. Why would you renege on our promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy? Me? Hate astronomy? Ha! Please do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me. You will also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it is too late. I am but 1 summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the Studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter because I had hoped to make some progress toward our goals and surprise you with it once you joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope anytime, I joined the Classical Astronomical Association. I planned to devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took that telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my utter despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the Azure Star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required, and so after much negotiating with my professors, I was granted leave to use the finest equipment available in the Studium. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could find not so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I grew more weary by the day and was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. The Azure Star does not exist. It never did. Just as the scholars at the Studium told us back then, we imagined it. The Azure Star doesn't exist? If, in fact, what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me, finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If the Azure Star doesn't exist, then what have I been working towards this entire time? I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am and always will be your friend and ally. My life, without the Azure Star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do?
What do you want to do? You're the only one who can give your life purpose. That one.
Yes. You're absolutely right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me. Let's return to Maker's Mead. There is something I would like to investigate.
But I assume he's gonna try and investigate the telescopes they have had available back then. And he's probably gonna find out that either the telescope wasn't as powerful as the ones that are available currently, or that it wasn't an Aether telescope, whatever it is this thing is called that we're making. But he's gonna assume that that's probably something along those lines.
If even Jiromir was unable to find it, there is a good chance the Azure Star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There is the chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at his disposal. The journey we're about to embark upon is about as dark and uncertain as a flight through a starless night sky. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Alone, I would have no hope of continuing Jiromir's work, but with you by my side perhaps I can accomplish that which even he has not. Shauna, may I count on your continued assistance?
I will see you through your adventure. I can't leave you to your own devices, can I? Let's go with the first one.
I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Shauna. Once I have everything sorted, let us begin production post-haste. Her continued encouragement has really lit a fire in my heart. I feel as fierce as a bomb. What do you say we pick up where we left off, Shauna? Where traditional telescopes gather light to project an image, the star lens captures etheric glimmers and casts that onto the surface of water, hence making stargazing possible. As I was constructing the star lens, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do just that. This is where I will need to, once again, borrow your seasoned hands. Might you craft some ethereal conductors for me? Once these are finished, there will be but one thing left to do. The Studium deliveries list for Jude has been updated. To view the new list, I'm counting on you to make me some ethereal conductors. They will allow me to project the ether captured by the star lens onto water.
Oh, actually, yeah, I need to go and spend the white scripts. Forgot about that. That's really the only problem with this, is just that you get so many scripts. Let's see. Am I missing any? Am I missing any of those? Yep, that's the ones that I currently have a bunch of. I can see my retainers are done again. I think one of them also sold something. Yep, there's this one. Not a bad looking sword, to be honest.
You have my gratitude. Truly, I am blessed to have crossed paths with a craftswoman such as yourself. I believe our fateful union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent. Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece and we'll be one step away from a completed star lens. Even if I am unable to find the Azure Star, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I will find it. I must. It is a dream I have spent the last decade pursuing.
Exactly, keep up the good work. Get a hold of yourself. Why is that an option? Constantly just like, get a hold of yourself.
I will continue to give it my all. When you find the time to craft the final missing piece, please come and find me. I will be here eagerly awaiting your visit. Thanks to her support, the fire in my heart grows by the minute. In fact, it feels almost as though Ifrit has taken up residence within me. Jude is thrilled with your efforts. He now considers you a friend he can confide in.
Okay, final quest. The Promised Star.
Thanks to you, the completion of the star lens is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. And I speak not just of finding the azure star but also confronting Jiromir as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now here we stand at the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the star lens requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me?
Sure.
Should you ever find yourself short on materials, please help yourself to whatever is in the trunk.
And I already have the items. Stalin's wand. Need to make it high quality. Maybe I should. Some of these. Sure. So I basically have a huge boost to the next one that I use, so I could use this one. And I guess just this one a few times. Let's see. Progress. That one is gonna give me. Wait, it's not that one. That one is gonna give me enough. Nice.
Have you finished crafting the final piece?
Yep. A wand capable of channeling magic into the starlets.
It's absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left to do is search for the azure star. When that time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There is also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there is no guarantee that the azure star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jiromir. After all, it is a dream we've shared for a decade. Not at least asking would be a form of betrayal in itself. Given the time, he is most likely at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I will go straight there. Please, wait with Jiromir for me at Ox Landing.
Okay. Perfect staff collected. Yep. need to head over there again. Cocksure student.
Thanks to the exquisite utensil set you crafted for me, she has finally started to take an interest in me. Are you looking for Jiromir again? What are you looking at? Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The star lens that Shauna and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid that is something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. If the Azure Star truly doesn't exist, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It is nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely, you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. Ha! To think you were this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing a figment of your imagination. If such a thing existed, the top academics in the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. Did you not even take that into consideration? By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks. You. How dare you speak such atrocities? Huh? Are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you like, you will not strip me of my dream. Then, maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. I'd strongly recommend against that. You see that craftswoman there? She's an adventurer from overseas, and certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance.
Especially considering the kind of shit that I've killed.
You'd best watch your back.
Like, the Warrior Light is essentially one of, if not the strongest living thing, like, on Eosia.
Jude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit I surprised myself a little. My heart is still pounding. I just couldn't let it go when I thought about everything you had invested. The audacity he has to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. That is why I could say nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the poetry club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have. When we were children and I was crying because I did not fit in with the others, you invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies. Very well. But this will be it for me, Jude. Then let us make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must first return to the workshop and retrieve the star lens, so I will meet the two of you there. To think that Jude has changed so drastically and in such a short span of time. It seems what he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind.
Okay. Goes down to the harbor then. Nice, it's right next to the harbor, in fact. Or next to the aetheryte, rather. Oh, there's several of those floating around.
And there we go. Let us begin, then. So this is the star lens. It doesn't look like much. "10 years ago on that fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth heaven's gate. I will begin by positioning the star lens in the same manner. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. The star lens is quite an impressive piece of work. Wait.
Assuming it hasn't been switched over to the 8 or locating one, I guess, or something.
It is for this exact reason the amplifier exists.
Oh.
Or do we need more?
Okay, need more 8, I guess.
Jude, I want to believe it exists just as much as you, but... It exists. It's there somewhere right before our very eyes. Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago.
Like, they can't have it not appear. It has to appear, I feel like. There it is.
Jiromir, look. It's real. It truly does exist. We didn't imagine it. It's real. Why did I give up so easily? Jude, you are extraordinary.
they finally managed to find their star. And that's the end of that whole questline.
Shauna, it is all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jaromir wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the Studium grounds.
He's probably gone and gone ahead and joined the astronomy club again. Or track of astronomy.
Ah, yes. This feels much better. Now that's more like the Jaromir I know. Shauna, wouldn't you agree the style suits him better?
Looks good. That's some nice fabric.
By the sound of it, Shauna wholeheartedly disagrees. Thank you, at least, for attempting to mask your distaste with a polite compliment. Either way, I've finally come to realize that simply transforming my appearance does not change who I was on the inside. But that is neither here nor there. What I wish to talk about is the Azure Star. There is something about it that has been niggling at the back of my mind. How is it you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water where the latest, most advanced equipment of the Studium failed? Ah, of course. The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of stars, but their ether, correct? I see. You believe that, due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its ether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, that we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. The ether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. But after we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical, conditions and found nothing. What if the intensity of its ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An ethereal cycle, if you will. It stands to reason that 10 years ago, the Azure Star had reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window wherein the star's ether was such that we could catch a glimpse with our crystal lens telescope. Incredible, as always, Jaromir. You've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison to your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we have rediscovered an alternate means of viewing stars in the night sky. And if your theory is correct, then that means there are far more stars out there than we ever even suspected waiting to be discovered. It would certainly seem that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Then let us continue working together to find them, Jaromir. Let us continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget I am no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm a rather persistent fellow. I waited this long, I can stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think when we began this journey that it would come to such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Shauna. While our time together was short, it was incredibly fruitful. I am devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. When I want to remember our time together, I will simply look to the skies. I pray we will meet again. You shall always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. The fires of Ifrit, nay, a phoenix have taken up residence in my heart, where they will continue to burn forevermore.
Okay.
Jude is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you a treasured and trusted friend. Keep an eye out for others.
Alright, keep an eye out for more people. Okay, so we have medicine and archaeology. Kind of save the medicine one for last, to be honest. So I guess we chose blacksmith. Let's do the archaeology one.
Hello again, Shauna. Are you ready to begin? Wonderful to hear. I'd like you to start by crafting gold plating. You needn't worry about fitting it to the relic, though. I will handle that.
You may now undertake.
So what was the title that I got from one? Erudite Artisan. Okay.
Pray, let me know when you've made the plating.
Why does it have to constantly show that one every single time I start one of these? Because I know that I've already done. Like, I know how to do this. I've done it several times now.
Great work. I can see you're a fine craftswoman indeed. Thank the gods for sending you our way.
In making your first deliver the items.
Truly, splendid work. Our little friend is looking much better already. Oh, it feels like watching my own child growing up. That you are here to help means more than you know.
I didn't realize that she was apparently pretty old. An old wrinkly potato. Or potato rather.
I am glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly, I am. But is it really wise for us to use the entirety of our remaining budget on this project?
Oh, Boric. Lighten up. Have I ever steered you wrong in the past?
Well, I suppose not. Even so, you must forgive me if I feel uneasy seeing our coffers so thoroughly emptied.
Better that the money is used than left to gather dust, I say.
While I do agree that being miserly serves little purpose, the opposite extreme may not be the best approach.
Well, there's no need for you to fret, Shauna. I have set aside more than enough scripts to see you duly compensated for your efforts. But enough talk of boring old financial matters. I believe it is time for us to start work on our little friend's insides. However, know that this will be an altogether more difficult process than reinforcing its exterior. Let me know when you feel up to the task.
Okay.
Ruusha is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a rookie relic restorer.
Why, hello there.
Oh, thank the gods you're here. I was so worried you might not return that I couldn't focus on my work.
Honestly, Boric. Show a little faith. Shauna doesn't strike me as someone who'd go back on her word.
My apologies, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that we've been turned down by so many others.
As you've probably worked out by now, Boric has a penchant to worry far more than he has any right to. Please don't take anything he says too seriously. But that's enough of that for now. It's time we got back to discussing our little friend's woes. This time, I would ask you to craft minuscule cogs made of gold. While examining the insides of the relic, I discovered that it was missing some, which seems to have caused all the damage we've observed. Whatever you make will need to be tough as a co-earl. Are you up to the task?
To me?
Oh, it's great to know I can always count on you, Shauna. Best of luck.
The Studium deliveries list for
I have every confidence your work will be immaculate. Indeed, I very much look forward to seeing what you can do.
Okay, here are some golden cogs.
Solid work as always. Look at the detail, too. It's obvious you stand head and shoulders above your peers. The cogs were a perfect fit. Now, I would be even happier if she decided to move for us.
The golden dieta flinched ever so slightly. However, it soon returned to its former static state. It appears you still have work to do.
Oh, well done, little one. We'll have you moving properly in no time, don't worry.
Well done? It merely flopped on the table like a dead fish. This is hardly cause for celebration.
So it moves? That's better than it just lying still there.
I'm growing increasingly worried that this will all come to nothing, and your reputation will end up in tatters.
Oh, calm down, Boric. Lest you forget, the relic was found buried with the body of what appeared to be a mage, possibly of some repute. Their tomb also contained a range of tools used by those highly skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive that this mammoth possesses great power.
Well, if we're discussing what it could be, I would say it could just as easily be a trinket or charm they kept on their person. And let us not forget the shady stories we heard about the gleaner who sold it to you in the first place. How are we meant to trust someone with a track record of peddling counterfeit wares?
Boric, how many times have I told you not to hold others' pasts against them? Everyone is capable of change, and I for one remain convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It is true that a gleaner's livelihood depends on their ability to discern what is a forgery and what is the genuine article. But no one is without error. Not even me. If our little friend here does turn out to be a fake, it simply means I've made one such error. Nothing more, nothing less. Although, I don't believe for a moment that I have done so. After all, who will believe in me if I don't believe in myself? That's not to say I think myself infallible, mind you. Putting that aside for the moment, I shall examine our friend here, and see if I can determine what problems yet remain. When next you have time to spare, Shauna, pray seek us out, and we will set about making further repairs.
Ruusha is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a reasonable relic restorer.
Shauna. Lovely to see you again. I do hope you've been looking after yourself. On more than one occasion, my students have fallen ill due to neglecting their health, you know. I wouldn't want you to go the same way. Goodness, listen to me prattling on like some worried old mother. Well, I may not be your mother, but the rest still stands. I am old, and I do worry about you. But never mind me, you're obviously in good health and spirits both. Now, while you were away, I took a closer look at the golden dieta to determine what other parts may be faulty. The problem, it seems, is either the mammoth's core or the mechanism controlling motor function.
I've examined the core, and it appears to be made from exceedingly rare minerals. I could find no gleaners willing or able to procure them, but I did manage to strike a deal with a merchant in the harbor. It will take time for the materials to be delivered, however.
Until they arrive, I propose we start with another rather important piece of our mammoth puzzle. Your task is to craft the motor components required to support proper movement.
This is far more complex than anything we have asked of you thus far. I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong. There has been so much to worry over of late, I fear there is insufficient time in the day to consider it all. The thought of overlooked troubles keeps me from sleep, and before I realize it, another day rises with a new set of problems.
Goodness, Boric, that won't do at all. Well, I suppose that's one more reason for you to do your best with this. I'm sure that would put Boric's mind at ease.
The Studium.
Okay.
Let me know when you have finished. I fear poor Boric will struggle to sleep until the matter of this relic is resolved.
And I need to go and actually buy some more stuff, because that's gonna put me over the limits. There we go.
Let me know. Thank you. Fine work as always. This should fit our little friend perfectly. She's looking a lot better with that new part in place. We've still no replacement for her core, but let us see if she is at least capable of rudimentary functions.
The golden diadem moves a little more than before. You suspect it will be good as new once you replace its core.
We're making progress. It may be slow, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. All that remains is to fashion a new core.
I thought I told you to cease this ridiculous work of yours. To think the Studium's resources are being wasted on such nonsense while my efforts to decipher ancient languages go largely ignored. You there, clumsy assistant. How have you not yet convinced her to stop this blunder of a project? You should understand better than anyone her colleagues' misgivings for this outlandish behavior. Well, I concede I do not share the professor's optimism for the potential of that thing. But so long as I am her assistant, I will continue to support her in whatever way I can. Word has it Caleopo thinks rather highly of you. For her to sing such praises, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. Yet for all your talent, it seems you still have much to learn about what work you should and shouldn't accept. Your gifts will go to waste if you keep humoring this old bag.
Say what you want, but I think this is a job worth doing. Wouldn't pass up a lucrative venture. I think this job is worth doing.
Honestly, what a merry bunch of fools you all are. Do not think you can continue wasting Studium resources forever.
Is it just me, or did he seem to be in a rather good mood today? Well, hopefully that wasn't too distressing for you, Shauna. We simply need to keep at it. I'm certain our mammoth friend will stir to life as soon as we get her a new core. As always, your help will be indispensable.
Ruusha is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you a rather good relic restorer. A new quest continuing.
So time for the first of the normal quests. Borg's Choice.
Welcome back, Shauna. So wonderful to see you again. We just received word our delivery of core materials has come into port. Boric was just leaving to go and fetch them, but now that you're here, might I ask you to accompany him? I would be certain of the quality of these goods, and I trust your discerning artisan's eye. Fantastic. Well, hurry along, you two.
Let's be on our way, then. The merchant said she would be waiting for us in Scholars Harbor.
Okay. I feel like this is actually going a bit faster than it did last time. Could be just me, my imagination, but I think also I didn't have everything gathered and crafted last time. I think I had most things, but I think I was maybe missing the fish, for example. I think maybe some things for the gathering. Could be wrong on that though, but I feel like it was something like that.
Hello, hello. How are you on this fine day? You're both from the Studium, yes?
Why yes, we are actually. We've been sent by Professor Rurusha for.
Ah, so you'd be heir for the minerals then. Ave a gander at them and let me know if they meet with your approval.
Well, they seem to be what we asked for. Any thoughts, Shauna? Oh, that's great to hear. What a relief.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Do you have the tome I recently ordered for the Studium? The order was placed under Nemono te Yamano.
Ah, Professor Nemono. Always a pleasure. Of course I do. Here it is. I hope it's to your liking.
Yes, this is indeed what I requested you acquire, though I must say its contents appear to be somewhat lacking.
Dearie me. Do you wish to return it, then?
No, no. You did your job and deserve to be compensated accordingly.
Thank you kindly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Here, perhaps with this you will learn something about what constitutes worthwhile research. If it piques your interest, then feel free to visit me in my office. I would gladly welcome someone as determined as you to join my staff. We could do with another pair of hands. A compendium of linguistic research. I fear its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has always been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school often left much to be desired. To even call me a second-rate researcher would be flattery. But that mattered little to Professor Rurusha. She took me under her wing in spite of my shortcomings, and my performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so, I was offered a position working at St. XIV after graduation. But I couldn't accept it. I owe a great debt to the professor for all she has done for me. So long as she has need, I will remain at her side. Alas, I don't feel I've been much help to her of late. Perhaps it would be for the best if I took on a few odd jobs for Professor Nemono. At least then I would be contributing to the field in some way, however insignificant it may be.
Then Professor Rurusha would be all on her own. Only you can decide how you live your life. Nemono would work you to the bone, you know. Only you can decide how to live your life.
Ugh, you are right. This is not a decision to be made lightly. Apologies for my jabbering. You did not come all this way to hear my lamentations. Come, let us return to the professor.
And so my retainers are done again. So get some more topsoil and another seed. I'm basically currently getting a bunch of items for gardening. Because I kind of had an idea of some stuff that I want to try and grow. The only problem is just that it's a several day long process, and getting some of the materials is a bit of a pain, because it's like, oh, you can get one item every hour. But with my retainers, I can basically get one of those two items that I take an hour in just 40 minutes. It still ends up taking some time, but still, 40 minutes at least. It's at least 20 minutes I save. And so just stop here again. How much of it do I actually have right now? 31 of those and 42 topsoil. Nice.
Welcome back, you two. Everything went well, I take it. Good to hear. Thanks again for lending us that discerning eye of yours. I say, Boric, what is that tome you have there?
Oh, this. Well, we happened to run into Professor Nemono when we met the merchant, and the tome he ordered seemed to underwhelm him, and so he shoved it into my hands. He also asked if I might consider working for him.
Look at you. Getting scouted by other professors. You're coming up in the world, Boric.
Alas, he only wanted me to help out with odd jobs. I could never hope to aid anyone in deciphering ancient languages, as you well know.
I do wish he wouldn't put himself down like this. He contributes more than his fair share to my work, at the very least. But let us set that aside for now. The time has come for you to get to work on the core. If you should have need of additional materials, Boric will provide.
Okay. Story, that one, gold core. Use this. And guess that one would be boosted. Guess I can use the groundwork. And how much would another groundwork do? Not quite enough.
We're so close. Let me know once you've finished making the core.
Okay. A gold core required to repair Rusha's mysterious relic.
Well, that was nerve-wracking work, but I've successfully replaced the old core with your new one. Now we need but pray that it works.
For the briefest of moments, the golden Hyata took flight. Unfortunately, it immediately falls to the table. A rattling sound can now be heard coming from within.
Well, what do you know? It really can fly like an airship.
I can hardly believe my eyes. Are you certain it is not Allegan in origin? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of fashioning such a mammoth. Strange, though, that it continues to function poorly despite replacing all its parts. Which leaves us with what is now essentially a prohibitively expensive ornament.
I'll grant you our results thus far are somewhat less than satisfactory, but this is not cause for panic. Archaeology is at its most interesting when you come up against a hurdle like this. Don't you just love being challenged to solve a good mystery?
Well,
Only time will tell if the golden Taida is truly a mammoth, or simply someone's old plaything. But I could never forgive myself were I to move on to another project without first uncovering all our friends' secrets. Just think back to the state we found it in, and yet it's now capable of flight for goodness sake. We've made incredible progress. That said, the rattling noise just now does have me worried. Perhaps I made a mistake somewhere when inserting the new parts. We'll need to dismantle it once more and see if we can't deduce what went wrong. Until then, I bid you get some rest. I will let you know the very moment we have finished.
Okay. A friend in need.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. I was just mulling something over. I dismantled the golden Taida after you left, and even tried oiling all its parts with lubricants graciously lent to me by the Faculty of Alchemy. But after reassembling it, nothing has changed. That said, I did make one new discovery. I found this small part within its mouth. It seems to be an artificial voice box of sorts. That this piece should have anything to do with its malfunctioning is highly unlikely, but it is damaged. I thought it may be worth replacing. What do you think?
It might help if we could communicate with it. It'd be nice if it said something. Communicating with it would be nice. Would help us a lot.
wait. You think the golden Taida may be capable of speech?
Ha, a novel idea indeed. Well, she is capable of flight. It would not surprise me if she could talk as well. Perhaps then we could ask what ails her. Could I trouble you to make a gold mechanical voice box for our friend? Just imagine what interesting things she might share with us.
The Studium
A mechanical voice box may be just the thing we need to learn more about our little friend here. Just imagine what she may have to tell us.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Exquisite as always. We'll have her talking in no time with a voice box like this. All right. Let's see if she speaks.
Oh.
The golden Taida says something. However, you haven't the foggiest idea what it's trying to tell you.
She speaks. I knew it.
Did I truly hear that just now? Oh, Professor. This could be the discovery of a lifetime. That said, while it definitely made a noise, it sounded more like a song than speech to me. Still wasting time on your little pet, I see.
Ah, Professor Nemono. Perfect timing. If you could spare a moment, we have need of your keen insight.
I beg your pardon? Did I do something to suggest I wish to waste my time alongside you? Don't tell me you've actually made progress.
All thanks to Shauna, yes. In fact, our recent discovery falls within your realm of expertise. Well, I say discovery, but it is more of a clue that may lead to one.
A clue? Oh, well, that's very impressive given all the time you've already wasted on this lark. Honestly, are you even listening to yourself? Regardless, I did not come here to discuss your latest failings as a researcher. Allow me to be brief. In light of your wasting of research funding, I have asked the Studium to consider if your continued employment is of worth to anyone here aside from yourself. Just look at how stressed your assistant is. Fret not, Boric. I promise to look after you once Professor Rurusha is removed from her position. Of course, in return I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with this inquiry.
Well, that didn't go to plan, did it? Considering the linguistic nature of our problem, I was hoping Professor Nemono might be willing to assist us.
If only I had spoken up sooner. Perhaps it would not have come to this. Forgive me, Professor, but the day has given me much to consider. If you'll excuse me.
I never realized he was under such stress.
Will you not go and speak with him? Is it wise to leave him alone? Check that one.
There are certain matters we must work out for ourselves. I have faith he will make the right decision for himself, whatever that may be. But come, he would not wish for our work to remain at a halt on his return. We must consider our next course of action.
Rurusha is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a top-drawer relic restorer.
Okay. And a Wayback Machine.
Ah, Shauna. Fortuitous timing as ever. As you can see, Boric has yet to return to the workshop. To be honest, it has been somewhat lonely here without him. For a mercy, I have managed to make progress with the Golden Tiada by way of a rather curious discovery. Initially, I thought to leave her be, fearful of damaging the parts you've labored so hard to provide, but then curiosity got the better of me. I dismantled her yet again, but this time I discovered a black stone inside, a connector of some sort coiled all about it. Any ideas what it might be?
Is that an elegant tombstone? Are you sure that the elegant tombstone didn't drop from my pocket? So it's an elegant tombstone?
Ah, an elegant tombstone, you say? It doesn't have the customary patterns of a tombstone, but the texture is certainly similar. Based on where we found her, I very much doubt our friend here was created in the 3rd astral era. No, the 5th astral era is much more likely. Perhaps even the beginning of the 6th. It is entirely possible the people of that age, after unearthing Allegan relics, repurposed the technology. Or, perhaps, they merely drew inspiration from Allegan designs in their work. If this was meant to store records, which I believe it does, I would have expected it to serve as her core, much like the mammoths of Ulda. However, the Golden Tiada's core has an altogether different function. Which is why I suspect the stone, and whatever knowledge is stored within, is meant to supplement the core, hence the connector I found wrapped around it. Tell me, little one, just what secrets are you hiding? Shauna, would you be able to fashion a new connector for her? The one I found attached to the stone is clearly not working as intended.
Sure thing.
Honestly, what would I do without you? Let's not waste any time, then. We must finish our work before Professor Nemono convinces the Studium to hold that inquiry. This may very well be the last request I ask of you. So please, any materials you require, but ask, and I will see to the rest.
Okay. Gold connector. High quality. Let's see. This one. There we go.
Pray make that gold connector as quickly as possible. Excellent. The connector is in place. Now we need but insert the stone and see how she responds.
Professor. Professor Rurusha.
Boric. So good to see you. If you're come to apologize, don't. You're here now and that's all that matters.
No, that's not it. I mean, yes, I am sorry for being away for so long, but I came to apologize, Professor. I signed the petition for your inquiry. Your research is leading you nowhere, Professor, and I thought it better you resign than tarnish your legacy with this final project. So I signed the petition. And now Professor Nemono has the signatures he needs to submit his petition. It was only after I signed that I realized my mistake. If that relic yet holds secrets of a bygone era, it is our duty to find them. But now we may never have that chance. I take it you have heard the good news. Professor Nemono. The faculty are ready to hold their inquiry, Professor. I suggest you make your way to Learner's Meet, lest you miss the ending of your own career. You two may as well come along, too. The more the merrier, as they say.
This guy is such an asshole, to be honest.
Always in a hurry, that one. He really must learn how to relax. Boric, would you be a dear and do me a favor? I wish to finish fitting this part to the golden tiara. Once finished, I am positive we will learn all we need to know. But I need you to delay the inquiry, if only for a short time. No need to worry. I suspect it won't be long before the old girl stirs to life this time. Go ahead with Boric and wait for me at Learner's Meet.
Okay. Oh wait, it's up here.
What's this? Only the two of you? You're not going to tell me that the great Professor Rurusha took the coward's way out and fled, are you? No, no. Her legs simply don't move as fast as they used to. Would you care for a cup of tea while we wait? Better yet, we could pay a visit to the last stand. Boric, we are far past the time for guilt and regret, would you not agree? But you needn't fret, I'll be sure to look after you. So please, there's no need to delay the inevitable. At any rate, all necessary parties to this inquiry will be here soon enough. Professor Rurusha's absence merely proves that she has no intention of defending herself. Now, let us make our way into the auditorium. Allow me to preface this hearing by stating that I have the utmost respect for you as a fellow academic, Professor Rurusha. However, given the support behind this recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure here at the Studium.
It's the good grandpa. Yay.
You stand accused of squandering Studium funds on the restoration of a relic of questionable origin. And she has refused time and time again to heed my requests to cease her activities. She is convinced that the relic in question is some sort of mammoth, but I have not witnessed it move even an ILM. What's more, the gleaner that found this called relic has a history of delivering counterfeits in the past. Isn't that right, Boric?
Come now, Professor Nemono, nobody's perfect. And for the 100th time, that mammoth is something special. You just need to be patient with her. Come on, little one. Show them.
Am I seeing things?
A lot of old summonings in Final Fantasy. The ring is killing you out there.
This proves nothing. How do we know you didn't ask this helper of yours to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Well, I suppose it falls on me to confirm as much. Tell me, did you do as Professor Nemono suggests?
They only made the parts required to restore it. But never do anything so underhanded. Don't wet your dog is wet, and your freaking clothes are wet. Ooh. I'm guessing it's raining so much that it basically got to the point where you basically couldn't get any more wet. So I've tried that a few times while riding a bike, and that's not fun.
She speaks the truth. Naturally, someone of her ability could doubtless make modifications to allow rudimentary movement, but I don't think even the best in her field could achieve this.
Why, isn't that the tome I received from Professor Nemono?
As you may recall, the Golden Taida produced strange noises some time ago in our workshop. It was only until recently I realized those noises were syllables, and they match those comprising the language found in this book.
You should know. But no, we're fun in this weather. Hope we get clear skies tomorrow. That is probably also what I think most people hope for. Especially the ones who want to basically go out and shoot off some fireworks.
Now, my dear, would you kindly read an excerpt from the book? Oh, and please be certain to translate it into a language we can all understand.
The serpent that sleeps in the deep slowly sheds its skin of old. I recognize that passage. It has something to do with magics that control the life stream. At least, I would wager that's what the serpent represents. It aligns with everything my research has uncovered thus far. Then, this relic is an ancient translation device, yes. And here I was convinced that Professor Rurusha had all but lost her critical faculties. Yet clearly it was I that was entirely in the wrong. I have been too quick to belittle the work of others, thinking only of what immediate benefit they might have to mine. A researcher should be inquisitive and reflective, but I have only been selfish and overly prideful. Please, allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. If anyone should be removed from their post, it is I.
Oh, stop. You needn't be so dramatic. If not for your passion for linguistics, I would never have discovered the importance of this relic.
Well, it would seem there is no further need for these proceedings. If I may make a suggestion, would you two consider working together? It is clear to me, at least, that such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial.
What a fantastic idea. I would love nothing more than to work alongside Professor Nemono.
Pray allow me to thank you for helping Professor Rurusha with her research. Were it not for your intervention, I fear we may have committed a grave error and silenced a perfectly capable researcher along with her work.
All's well that ends well, let's head back to Maker's Meet. I need to thank you properly for everything you've done.
So, back to Maker's Meet. Complete the quest. And then work on the medicine stuff.
I thought I was acting in your best interests, but... well... Professor, I'm more sorry than you'll ever know. Would you ever consider allowing me to work as your assistant once more? I'll give you all the time you need to Desi.
Listen, Boric. You don't need to apologize to me because nothing's changed between us. You never stopped being my assistant. And please, do yourself a favor and stop being so hard on yourself all the time. I couldn't ask for a better colleague. Though, I suppose there is one thing you could do with learning: patience. Our work often takes time to bear results, after all. Now, are you ready to get back to work?
Oh, Professor.
Ah, what a nice surprise. Are you here to ask for our little friend's help?
Something like that, yes. The book I gave your assistant was merely an abridged compilation of works on ancient languages. What I have now are complete inscriptions of the texts I am presently studying. I simply must know what is written here. I have spent far too long toiling away to decipher their contents to no avail.
I'm all too familiar with that feeling. I suppose all researchers are spurred on by that thirst for answers. Perhaps said answers will even help with these recent anomalies in the life stream. I'm sure some of the other professors at the Studium would love to hear your findings.
Well, you two have certainly reconciled your differences quite quickly. Would that I could relinquish my worries so easily.
Thank you once again, Shauna. If you hadn't stuck around to help as long as you did, I might have lost an irreplaceable assistant and countless colleagues. And that is to say nothing of the huge academic leap forward we're about to make thanks to all your hard work. A gift I hope to repay with hard work of my own. When next you visit, I'll be sure to have a number of fascinating discoveries to share with you.
Forward to it.
I hope you're prepared, Boric. You have 2 professors to attend to now, so no more moping, all right?
Oh, I'm quite sure he'll have no time for that. As I no longer have the resources required to hire additional help, you are my one and only assistant now, Boric, so do try to keep your wits about you. Oh dear. What have I gotten myself into now? Well, at least the subject matter is interesting.
So I'll grab this one, grab one of those.
Rurusha is deeply moved by your efforts. She now considers you a masterful relic restorer. Keep an eye out for other...
Yeah, keep an eye out for the translation. It's wrong, but I clicked, and we got the Aerolite Smith. Also, I can see that my routine is returned. Some Titan Bronze notes. Is Chuchu still online? Yep. And he's gotten all of his crafters to level 90. Nice. Okay, Deliveries, or however you pronounce her name, to help her. Make it sweeter.
Let us get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with Panaloaf is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic, and subsequently, extremely disgusting, mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. It needs seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I've put together a recipe for a sweetener using those materials which are readily available in Labyrinthos. Not in any amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Concocting the sweetener itself, however, is a job for the experts, and so I'd like to entrust it to you. Very soon, we will have taken our first step to making the Panaloaf halfway enjoyable.
So she was trying to...
Faculty.
The things she was trying to do is basically take something called Panaloaf, I guess, which is essentially some food you can eat that will basically just, I guess, deal with all of your nutritious needs in just one meal. The only problem is just it just tastes like absolute shit.
The recipe for the sweetener isn't giving you any trouble, I hope? I can hardly wait to see how it turns out.
So, Panaloaf sweetener.
Thank you, Shauna. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot, not overly mild, and not overly rich.
In making your first deliver the item.
With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test batch of Panaloaf. As for the result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. And they said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I had hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental in tying the myriad flavors together. The key here being a little sweetness. We wouldn't want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of our perfect meal. Oh, I'm told one of our regulars is at his table today, and he is a man with a decidedly particular palate. Why don't we head over and ask for his impression of our second batch?
So this is, yep, it's just part of the cutscene.
If I may ask, what did you think of the bread, sir?
Not bad, not bad. I give the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention.
Ah, the texture.
'Tis not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after 1 or 2 full slices, I fear one might begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency.
I had not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insight, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much-needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I've neglected to account for changes in the texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Improving the texture will be our next task, then. I'll give the problem some thought, then we can work together on creating the solution.
Auntie Roy is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a reliable baker.
Okay. Remember the texture?
Ah, Shauna, my partner in Panaloaf Improvement. I've been researching the subject of texture, and I think I've found the cause of our powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. It seems the sugar content of the sweetener weakened its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Which means that if we can create a yeast more properly suited to sweetened dough, then our bread will be as moist as we care to make it.
Viable baker and still buys bake-off. I mean, I will say the cookies that I ate earlier, if you're referring to those, I didn't buy those. I won them in the Hagelai, back at my parents' place. So I didn't buy them. But I also eat them. I don't have a problem with eating them, I just didn't buy them.
Knowing, however, is not quite the same as doing. While I understand the basics, formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities.
Have I baked this year? I think the only thing I've actually baked this year has been some buns, I guess. Yeah, some buns back like in February for my birthday, I think. I think that was the last time I baked anything. Because I don't really bake stuff, to be honest. Mainly because I'm a bit too lazy when it comes to that, and I don't know, I just don't end up doing it. Birthday buns, yep, pretty much. And I don't really know where the recipe is from, but it's apparently a recipe that my dad got at some point, I guess, from somewhere, and basically just use those. Do not to bake for others, but for yourself, never gonna happen. I don't have a problem with baking, like, in itself. It's just I don't end up just doing it because the whole, like, process of, like, making, like, the dough or whatever it is you need to bake is just, it takes time. I don't necessarily have really any sort of tools at my place that I can use. Like, I don't have any sort of mixing machine or anything like that, so if I were to try and do any sort of recipes where it's like, oh, you need to mix a bunch of things together, I need to do it all by hand, which isn't exactly the easiest way of doing it, because yeah, I don't exactly have some big bowls that I can do that in, especially if I make big batches, because I think last time I tried, like when I made those buns, I ended up making a double portion, but I decided to make it all in just one. I don't know exactly what those bowls are called, but like in English, but one big margrethe-skål. So like I tried doing it that, but it was kind of a mess, and then it ends up being just extremely sticky, and I know I just end up getting a little bit annoyed by the whole process. It ends up starting to like be annoying in some ways. You have only those tools, only big bowls, and some elbow grease, and smacking it hard. Yeah, that's basically all you can do. Like, I don't hate baking, it's just the whole process is just something I don't necessarily feel like I want to do that often. I think the bowls are the trademark all over the world, either that or Mary bowls. Yeah, I mean they work great in what they're supposed to be, just a decent, somewhat cheap bowl that is pretty damn durable.
Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Ahem, sorry.
You still don't have any roll after these years, you still have a wine bottle for it. I think I bought a roller. When was that? That was like in 2019, I think it was. Because some of my friends from school came over for New Year's, and we basically decided, how about we make some pizzas for New Year's Eve? So one of my friends had basically made a big batch of dough, but it needs to be rolled out. So I basically made sure to buy a rolling pin at like a local store. So I had one of those. But the whole process of making the pizzas was not exactly ideal, because I only have I think 2 proper trays to basically put in the oven that actually has an edge of sorts, or like some of those deep pans, I guess, you could put paper down in, and then the dough and everything. And then I have one where it's the one with the gaps in it. That one kind of ended up being a bit of a mess, because I think it semi-flopped down. I think one of the pizzas ended up basically failing, because I think it fell through that one and ended up hitting the cupboards on the way down, and it was just a mess. I think something like that happened, at least. Or at least partially. But we at least ended up getting some pizzas out of it, so that was at least fine. Not to beg with you. We can make a 10 miss. Always make. It takes you 2 days of clean to get back to normal. Yep. Whole cleaning is also not fun either.
The Studium.
Okay. I kinda missed actually dishes.
I'm afraid our bread will never be all that it can be if we cannot solve this yeastly dilemma.
Okay, so it was yeast that we had to make. And yeah, I need to go and spend more of those scripts. Damn, you get a lot of them from this. Honestly, I could probably buy some materials with this, but I don't really know which ones would actually be the best ones to buy in terms of value. Also, now that I'm looking at my inventory, holy shit, has it been just cleaned up. Before I had I guess from around this little bit. Actually, no, that when I started, I only had 2 spots open when I started this whole process, and now it's when I started, I had 138 spots. My inventory filled out. I only have 52. Oh, it's so nice to finally have space. It's so fucking nice to finally have some space for stuff.
Now this is some potent-looking yeast. Trust me, after the hours I spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. Thanks to all your hard work, the 3rd test batch of Panaloaf turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received by the clientele at the last stand, and even our difficult-to-please regular gave it his seal of approval. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, foremost gourmand in Charlie Ian. I speak of Master Dickon, the owner of the last stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking, I owe to that man. Come, why don't we go and see what he has to say?
Okay, so what does he feel like that's missing from it? There's probably
Master
still
Dickon,
stuff missing.
what did you think of the third batch?
It's a decent loaf, alright. Certainly a far cry from what you started with. That very first sample tasted like a sponge fished out of a sewer ditch. I expect you have your new friend to thank for this sudden leap in progress.
Petroi's effort made all the difference. I think that's how you pronounce her name. I swore a vendetta against that foul-tasting evil. Let's go with that one.
Oh, my dear Shauna, you are a gourmet after my own heart, a crusader for culinary quality.
Be that as it may, you yet have work to do. You've worked wonders with the taste and the texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in, and set your mouth to watering.
Oh yeah, smell.
So it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never ending, it seems. But if that is what it takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on.
Ah, you remind me of old Mervyn. He was the fellow who built this place, and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlene. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal, and the last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. It's the kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor label their nutritional experiments the perfect meal. As if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named so for a reason. We're a cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Charlene's diet to blandness and monotony. If you share Mervyn's dream, and I believe you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy.
After hearing what Master Dickon had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected panaloaf. As before, allow me some time to cogitate on the problem, and then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread.
Okay.
Deliveries is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you an indispensable baker.
I think I have it, Shauna, a method to infuse the panaloaf with a more alluring aroma. The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a lovely scent, but also improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to the absolute minimum, of course, so we'll need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. I have a basic idea of how a low-fat aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil require your help with the advanced processes involved to make it. Sorry, that was terrible.
A food pun.
The Studium.
Fragrant oil. That will be the secret ingredient in our fourth, and hopefully final, test batch.
Okay.
Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we work that aroma into the bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. We've done it, Shauna. The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last stand patrons have even started placing orders for us to bake more. And in a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembles a small, scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we are well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Dickon's verdict.
I'm assuming it's probably gonna be something like the look of it. Perhaps.
Please, Master Dickon, don't leave us in suspense.
This is unacceptable. I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks.
Oh.
Yes. Now that we have the Master's unconditional approval, I believe that signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team, Shauna.
How disappointing to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here of all places. You set aside my assignment on digestive issues to pursue the trivial art of gourmet cooking?
I'll not deny it. That is exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with Panelope was never a difficulty with digestion, it was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask that you try a sample of our 4th test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved.
Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. What I will do, however, is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved Panelope. We shall see if it even meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute.
I'm guessing there's a small problem with it or something that he finds.
I must inform you that your 4th test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. 'Tis an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages, and can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are an effective measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of oranges or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I have already succeeded in adding this nutrient to my original Panelope, and am prepared to make my submission to the forum.
But, the acid? How did you?
You expect me to reveal my techniques to one who so blatantly disregarded my instructions? I am sorry, Miss de Broglie, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty.
So be it. I will perfect our version of Panelope without your assistance, and submit the recipe as a contender to your own.
A contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be expulsion from my research facility, nay, from the Studium itself. Professor Galvaroche. If you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, then I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates, more than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. This cafe he built, the incessant taste testing. Not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink. 'Twas reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse. It befuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift. Sure. Efficient.
I had no idea the professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Charlie Ian's bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds.
You can count on me, our crusade for culinary quality continues.
Thank you, Shauna. I shall figure out this issue with ascorbic acid, and then we can start on test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time we had a proper name for our panaloaf. I nominate Mervyn Bread, in honor of the Last Stand's founder. Let's get the oven heated up, and show the professor what we, and our loaves, are made of.
Okay, so it's gonna be a normal quest next, and the delivery, and then a normal
Leroy
quest.
is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you an irreplaceable baker. A new quest continuing.
So that's, I believe it is.
As Professor Galvaroche so eagerly pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the false sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn bread's levels of ascorbic acid simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or 2 to the list of ingredients.
And I see that Chun has arrived here.
And yet the professor claimed to have managed the feat. The question is, how?
Synthesize the acid himself. That about using produce from within Labyrinthos? I'm assuming it's synthesized.
Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It would take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his panaloaf unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Radsathan is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Master Jalvaz, is the Near East's leading authority on nutritional science.
Chun, are you trying to look up her skirt or something?
I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will assent to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new Aethroid allows us to travel to Thavnair directly, so that should save us some time. Let us be swift. And sure, we might have to work on efficient.
Okay, how to implement. Okay, and she is right over there. Ah, ether sickness, I'm assuming.
Ugh, I feel sick to my stomach. But it's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's panaloaf. Come on. We'll find Master Jalvez in the city proper.
Oh, I need to go inside Radsathan now. Okay. And that was down there.
So this is the fabled city of Radsathan. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavnair. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charliean. What of you, Shauna? Have you been here before?
Plenty of times.
Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment, but in the flesh, I'd probably get us lost before we'd taken 10 steps. The documents I've read mentioned Master Jalvaz's affiliation with the High Crucible of Kimiya. I wonder, though. The man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now, and see if he's still in residence.
Debroy is now a company. You can leave Debroy if you wish.
So she is following. And we just need to head up there. I'm just gonna run there. While we're making our way there, might as well just... Recipe? We need to make something called Golden Spice. That person right there, I think is doing the 6.1 MSQ.
Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. Why, I wager they could concoct almost any mixture they pleased in such a grand furnace. Ugh. Apologies, just some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on.
Speak to.
Jalvaz. Never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know no one of that name among my present colleagues.
Then I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there is no guarantee that the man is even. Ahem, well, let us assume he is still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries on the floor below?
Down below.
They've spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem that Radzatan is malms ahead of everyone else, even the learned professors of Charlian. You're looking for a Jalvaz? The alchemist? That would be my great-grandfather, but it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather? He was a great man. He is. Over 100 summers young, and still going strong. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. If you head over to Murids Mayhain, you might chance to see him there. That's wonderful news, thank you. I am very eager to meet him. There you have it, Shauna. Our next destination is Mare. Ugh, oh dear. Aetheried travel did not agree with me. Ahem. Deep breaths, and away to Murids Mayhain we go.
Okay. I'll just use the Aetherite. Because I do not want to have to run all the way over there. Although there are two spots there with dialogue I kind of want to get. I should have noticed those before I went there for the first. Yeah, I'll grab that one, and then when I go up here I'll just move back to get that one.
Oh my, authentic Hanish curries. That spicy aroma is to die for. But as much as I would love to sample all the foods on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. So much alchemical equipment. Even with all the time I've spent at the Faculty of Medicine, I've never seen even half of these devices. Perhaps I should spend some time studying here in Thavnair.
Okay, out to Mayhain then.
I don't see anyone who matches the portrait from the books, which makes sense, considering how young he was in that particular picture. I wonder, what, he...
Miss?
Is that gonna be him, I wonder?
Don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling.
Thank you, sir, I feel ever so much better. I've never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long.
Oh, no, my dear, you are quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of ascorbic acid. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we?
Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but panaloaf samples since we started all this. It stands to reason that our yet-to-be perfected meals would leave me low on ascorbic acid. Thal XIV me, I almost made the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master.
Oh, it's just plain old Jalvaz these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years.
So you are Jalvaz. I knew it. My name is De Broye, and I study nutrition at the Studium in Charliean. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field, that being you, of course. If you know of a viable laboratory method for manufacturing ascorbic acid, then I humbly request that you instruct me in the process.
Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. Yes, I know of a method, I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Miss De Broye, and a rather rich one at that.
How rich?
The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, but I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I have always been a lover of curries, but when you've eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same Hannish flavors. Then I recently came to learn of an XIV style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader, and I've even gone so far as to gather the ingredients so the cook here can take a stab at preparing the dish. But now destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap. And who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, eh? So here's my offer, you prepare the curry, and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled.
We accept. I promise you, we will make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. That other visitor was almost certainly Professor Galvaroche. Which means the process he learned is one which can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. And what's more, Eorzean curry is one of the last stand's most famous dishes. I've made it many times. First you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness, add the bouillon, dice your choice of meat and stew until tender, and be sure to skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then...
Save it for the kitchen. You lost me.
Sorry, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, yes, I know all the steps, aside from mixing the golden spice. Master Dickon was always the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else.
As I said, I have all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away, and let me know if you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already.
Okay. Golden spice. And I'll look around what works. Should do it, I think. There's groundworks. Oh yeah, that should definitely do it.
How is that spice mixture coming along? It smells wonderful. This will give our curry the perfect amount of zest.
So this is what A or Z in curry looks like, the colors, the aroma, it's so different to what we serve here. Now, for the all-important taste.
Is it to your liking, sir?
It's fantastic. The more you eat, the more the layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite.
Then, you'll share your method with us?
Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold.
So, coconut milk is the key. Thank you so much, Jalvaz, sir. Ahem, there is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life?
A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It's always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal. And the better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs.
Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love to more thoroughly explore Radz-at-Han's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Charlie Ian. Perhaps another time.
Okay, back to Charlie. And it's in the studio. 2 retainers I can call for.
Thank you, Shauna, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale, and on such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Jalvaz without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervyn bread will be well and truly perfect. This time. For certain.
Except for the fact that we're gonna need 2 more steps. Or it's absolutely perfect, apparently. Perfectly delectable.
Oh, Shauna. I've been trying to make that ascorbic acid. I've done exactly as Jalvaz instructed, followed his steps to the letter, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process requires a far more competent hand than mine. So, here I am at the last, asking for your help once more. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that will perfect our perfect meal.
Okay.
The Studium Deliveries.
All our Mervyn bread needs is a viable ascorbic additive. I may have failed in that endeavor, but I have faith that you will succeed. Incredible, it's practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creation, I have every confidence that the bread will pass any test they care to subject it to. With your additive, well, added to the mix, I put a batch of Mervyn bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. This is it, the final, fluffy result of much trial and error.
It looks so familiar. Yep, it looks like the stuff from Yulmore. Looks delicious. It looks so familiar.
Well, have a bite. And? How does it taste?
It's amazing as it looks. Like streams of flavor blending into a single river of ambrosial delight.
Wonderful. And the texture?
It's like biting into a soft, rounded cloud. It's like natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled puffy-crusted bliss.
Fantastic. And last but not least, what did you think of the aroma?
Its luscious, savory smell is to die for. It's like a siren scent of savory temptation, which no mortal stomach can resist.
Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention a perfect balance of nutrients. And I have you to thank for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervyn bread has a good chance of swaying the form in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it.
Deliveries is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a consummate baker.
have the final quest from her.
This is it, Shauna. The forum is ready to begin the evaluation process. We've worked tirelessly on perfecting our submission, and I have every confidence that Mervyn Bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the rostra, shall we?
Okay, so... up there. Okay. Curious why he's changing that right now. Why is he in Ulta? Like, maybe he's doing quests, I wonder. Just don't know why he would be in Ulta and doing the Carpenter one.
I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach all in knots. Courage, De Broglie, courage.
The last thing we're gonna be crafting is gonna basically deal with
Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for our proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute will serve as an emergency provision, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, a submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions, namely, that it must be possible to prepare the meal using only the ingredients available in Labyrinthos, and that it also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Our first of two candidates is the Paneloaf, submitted by Professor Galvaroche, with whom I am sure you are all familiar. The second is Mervyn Bread, submitted by one Miss De Broglie, a student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided.
Surprised there aren't any, aren't more there.
Our analysis has determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacements. And as they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge them upon is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of Paneloaf as pleasing. Mervyn Bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of this assessment, Mervyn Bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I admit that Paneloaf has little to offer in the way of gastronomic enjoyment. But have you considered the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency? Mervyn Bread's flavor requires the addition of specific sweeteners and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for Paneloaf, however, was devised with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food with but a fraction of the effort. I implore you to reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency comestible we are discussing here, not some gourmet menu item. You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have, indeed, overlooked the question of efficiency. Should a situation arise that necessitates a supply of emergency rations, then ease of manufacture would certainly be a primary concern. And in that respect, your Paneloaf holds a significant advantage. If I might offer an opinion?
Is it Grandpa? Nope. It is not. Wait, it's the guy from the regular. It's the regular from the last stand.
Master Phlogisturd, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired, but all this talk of a perfect meal piqued my interest.
Wait. I know you.
And I know your delicious Mervyn bread. It is an unfortunate fact that fine food is oft regarded with contempt here in Charlatan. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of sweet tea, is it a question of simple desire? Or is it the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? And what of the comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors? Surely we have all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principle can be observed with the soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why, when my academic cogitations are frustrated by some intractable problem, it is for that very soothing effect that I visit my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that taste plays a far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis, and then tell me which of these foods you would prefer to consume, day after day after day. Faced with a struggle to survive, which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude? To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating panelo for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis. Yes, even when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more like to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which, in the long run, may prove to be a more efficient benefit. Now that all interested parties have made their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote.
And it's most likely going to be Mervyn. We're at the wins.
The results speak for themselves. Panelov, 1 vote. Mervyn bread, 5 votes. Congratulations, Miss de Broye, your submission has been accepted as Charlatan's official emergency meal replacement recipe.
Professor, your research is still very much a part of.
So I'm guessing we're gonna be going in. So it's a Charlatan fish cake ingredients. Guessing it's maybe something for him.
Well, that was a near thing, at least until our last stand supporter chimed in. I never knew he was a former member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter, although there is one last thing I would like to ask of you, Shauna. Despite his rigid way of thinking, Professor Galvaroge is not a bad person. Perhaps I can make him a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss, with a little expert help?
I'll get my apron.
I knew you couldn't refuse. When you have a moment, come and meet me at the last stand.
Okay. That's the last stand then. Once we're done with this quest, we just have one more to complete, which is basically just the end quest for like all of the Studium stuff, which will also give us a title. I don't remember what the title is, but I guess I can... Actually, I'll just look at that once we're done with this.
Now, as for the professor's meal, I thought we might make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickon, Mervyn and Galvaroche used to eat them all the time during their student years. To prepare the fish cakes, you take a whitefish and some onion, and grind it all into a paste. Add milk and pepper and knead well, then sprinkle in the flour before rolling the mixture into oval shapes and frying them in boiling hot oil. You don't need the entire recipe, but I would like you to prepare the all-important fish paste. The rest of the dish, you can leave to me. If you find yourself lacking ingredients, Master Dickon has graciously agreed to provide us with whatever we need.
Ask and ye shall receive. I'd pay to see you wipe the frown from that sour-faced grump.
Right. Let's get cooking.
Okay. Actually see here, advanced touch doesn't appear there. This touch would give me over 1,000. I need to do advanced touch. That should be enough for that one. Yep. Yep.
How is your part of the recipe coming along? Perfect. This will be the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. I've already sent a message to Professor Galvaroche, asking him to meet us here. Hopefully he hasn't eaten yet.
Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least?
Of course not, sir. We only wanted to offer you this meal, as a gesture of goodwill. Please, eat. Enjoy.
That was good.
They may be simple dishes, but Charlene does have its own local specialties. The art of quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people think. I would never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Jalvaz says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients.
When I first proposed the recipe for Archon loaf, I did so with Mervyn in mind. He was always so focused on his research that he neglected his dietary needs, and I thought to devise a convenient yet nutritious source of sustenance. He was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. Though it pains me to admit it, he was responsible for his own actions. It was wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Loved too much, it seems. And after considering the arguments laid out at the evaluation, I am forced to recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research on a new perfect meal, one which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread.
But Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research, and your panaloaf, which provided the nutritional basis for our recipe. Shauna and I simply improved the palatability while maintaining the balance which made it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as it is mine or Shauna's. Which is why I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there is no one better positioned to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency.
In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, I do have one complaint about those fish cakes of yours. There were too few. I seem to recall the dish being much larger back when Mervyn and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance?
It's always nice with these quests having like a good end to them.
I do believe that was the first time I've seen the professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. But my work at both the Studium and the last stand has just begun. I have an entire city to convince of the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side now. We can expect the laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields, and as part of my ongoing mission, I will do my utmost to see that it succeeds.
Ah, yes, this place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We begin our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately.
And here I thought my days of frantic baking were over. I'd better wash out my mixing bowl. Thank you for all your help, Shauna. I could not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please do come and visit me from time to time, both at the Studium, and as a valued patron of the last stand.
Okay, let's grab one of these.
De Broglie is deeply moved by your efforts. She now considers you a virtuoso baker. You have completed all of the Studium quests. It seems Calliope has something she would like to ask of you. Visit her at the main reception counter in the Studium.
Okay. Got the winning bread, which is probably erudite. I'll carry. Meeting of minds.
Ah, Shauna. Just who I was looking for. I wish to thank you for helping the students and staff from the various faculties. Their work has become the talk of the Studium. You've made a real difference. Actually, while you're here, there's a pressing matter I wish to discuss. Having heard the many glowing accounts of your work, another official of the Studium has requested an audience. Would you be able to spare time to speak with him?
Sure.
Wonderful. Then let us head to Learner's Meet.
So who's this we're meeting?
He should arrive any moment now. Let's take a seat.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Ah, Grandpa.
Before we proceed, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks on behalf of the Studium for all you have done to aid our faculty and students.
I know it's not our Grandpa, but I don't know what's called him otherwise, because I have no idea how to pronounce his name. And he's just kind of like he's friends with, or he was friends with Louis, who was the grandfather of Alice and Alphino, so I'm just gonna go ahead and call him Grandpa, because it kind of fits.
By the sounds of it, they have made remarkable findings one and all. That is why I would hold an assembly that we might discuss the overarching impact of their research.
Such gatherings are how academia evolves and advances, the shared knowledge of our works, be they successes or failures, that all may strive to improve.
Precisely. Knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and combining findings from a host of fields often leads to the creation of entirely new disciplines, one of the very reasons for which the Studium was founded. Which brings me to the reason why I asked you here. Might I prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting?
Be my pleasure. Is there no one else who can ask them? It'll be my pleasure. Let's go with that one.
Excellent. I can think of no one better suited to the task. You were, after all, a key factor in all their successes. Splendid. You have my thanks.
Well, that's that then. And you needn't rush to deliver these invitations. Pray speak with the faculty and students in your own time. When you've finished, return here and I will see to readying a chamber for the meeting.
Okay. Okay, I guess I just need to go around and talk to all of them.
Shauna. It's so good to see you. Lest you wonder, Professor Tankin and I are doing quite well. But to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Is that so? I suppose the professor and I could share what we've learned from the various cultures we emulated. Come to think of it, we've yet to share the news of our union either. The proposal was so sudden, we scarcely had time to invite any of the faculty, let alone hold a reception. All the more reason we should attend. We will be there, absolutely. Professor Tankin should be most glad to hear about this.
Okay. Talaga?
My, what a surprise. Don't tell me, you've come with a souvenir from some far-flung land?
Not quite.
Oh ho. First I am promoted to tenured professor, then this momentous opportunity presents itself to me. Of course I shall attend. Were it not for you, I never would have proven my theory, and I would be a fool to overlook a chance to present my findings. Yes, a bold first step in honoring Professor Nelly's legacy.
Okay. It's just the remaining three. So I think I have a container ready. Yep.
Well, well, look who it is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, that sounds lovely.
At long last your research will receive the recognition it deserves. Oh, Professor.
Oh, Boric, stop. I understand how you feel, but this is no time for tears. Professor Nemono will wish to attend as well, like as not. I'll have a word with him, and see if we can't prepare a suitable compilation of our works.
Ah, and he's over there now. And he is over there.
Shauna. What a pleasant surprise. Would you care for a quick meal at the last stand to commemorate our reunion? Well, that sounds wonderful. It would be an honor to attend. I may never have a better opportunity to inform my peers of the benefits of fine dining. Perhaps I will invite Professor Galvaroche and a few employees from the last stand to prepare samples of Mervyn bread for those in attendance. In any case, there is much I must do to prepare. Until then, Shauna.
And you?
Ah, Shauna. I must admit, I did not expect to see you here again. I see. I have certainly heard of such events, though I never dared dream a student such as myself would be invited to one. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet already. The Jude I know would relish such a challenge. Perhaps you're right, Jiromir. This would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate what a boon the star lens could be to the academic community. Alright, then. Jiromir and I will set to work preparing a presentation at once.
Okay. Key Eliopo is what it's talk to next.
Welcome back. Well, what did they say?
They all want to attend.
Very good. They have all worked so very hard, it is heartening to see their efforts will be rewarded. The assembly will be held at Aporia in Labyrinthos. I've no doubt they would all be glad for your attendance, so please do stop by if you have time. Oh, before I forget, the Scholarch requested you be treated to a meal at the last stand as thanks for your help. As there's still time before they're set to begin, would you care to go now? To the last stand, then.
Okay, off to that place then. Oh, Chunchun's actually doing the MSQ now. As far as I can see. So he is in the Magna Glacier, which is in Galmald, as far as I know.
I hope you don't mind, but I've already ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant to be for you alone, but I'm sure the Scholarch will forgive me for partaking of his generosity. It's true. My sister has the diet of a savage. Naught but rock-hard bread and wild flowers day in and day out.
Wait, are they? Is it that they're related? Is she Slowly Illipo's sister?
Forgive the interruption, but, have we met? I swear you're the spitting image of one of those intrepid adventurers that visited the moon. Aha! I knew it. The name Searching Way, by the way. Seeker of knowledge and all things curious.
Laporet. My, if you aren't the most adorable creature. Forgive me, but I cannot help but notice how wonderfully fuzzy your ears are. May I?
Again with my ears. Honestly, what is it with you people and... Very well. You may rub my ears, but I must insist on something in exchange.
Well, some of our finest academics will soon be gathering at Aporia. I've no doubt they have curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about.
I see. May I ask the reason for this meeting of minds?
To share their research, to see who's the smartest in the studio. To share their research.
Perhaps further explanation is in order.
The greatest minds of Etheres come together to share heretofore unknown knowledge? That really does sound intriguing. And you'd allow me to observe this gathering?
You would first need permission from Scholarch Montacane, but...
Montacane, that's how you pronounce it.
Then what are we waiting for? Where is this Scholard Montichu?
It's Scholarch Montacane, and please bear in mind there is a chance he may refuse you. Still, I see no harm in asking. If you would go to Learner's Meet, I will have him to meet us there.
Splendid. Let's hop to it, then.
She really just wants to
right.
touch.
Well, I had better go and hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears.
You haven't made sure that he got the thing that he wanted. Okay, back up there. I'm assuming that Chunjun might be in the middle of the solo duty that leads you to Garlemald. Considering that he was in Ulda not too long ago, and that whole thing does take around 20, 30-ish minutes. So it wouldn't be too weird to assume that it would maybe be that he's doing.
Worry not, I will do my very, very best to convince this Monty Chain to allow my attendance.
Scholarch Montacane should arrive shortly.
Ah, Ki and Shauna. What is it you wish to discuss?
Searching Way here is very keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and students.
I came to Atheres in search of the curious and wondrous, and this place has both in equal measure. What's more, it smells of knowledge. I should certainly hope so. Charlian is known as a great seat of knowledge, and the Studium is the foremost of its many academies. It is our honor and privilege to encourage the scholarly pursuits of students and faculty both, their shared insights giving rise to heretofore unseen disciplines and fields of study. That sounds absolutely fascinating. Oh, please, sir. May I attend this academic meeting of yours? Ha ha ha, by all means. The more the merrier, I say.
Thank you, Scholarch Montacane. I will inform the relevant parties of his attendance, and see to it he has clearance to enter Labyrinthos.
Thank you, my dear. 'Tis clear Searching Way is a kindred spirit with a passion for learning, and I could not very well deny him the opportunity to sate his curiosity. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We haven't much time until proceedings get underway. Let's get going, shall we?
It's loading a cutscene. Yep. I think maybe a slightly more animated one.
Absolutely amazing. I've most certainly come to the right place.
And I can see that they have set up booths for the different faculties that we helped. I kind of weird when they don't have the like Eastern clothes there, despite the fact that they use those. Although I guess it was something they borrowed, I think. I guess that was supposed to indicate time passing.
I trust the proceedings were to your liking? Oh, it was magnificent. There's so much we Laportes have yet to see of Atheres. So much to learn. Earlier you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing. Does this mean you plan to have all these people working together in future? I do indeed. That is precisely why I suggested this meeting of minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to ever greater discoveries. But how exactly do you plan to combine their fields? They seem entirely unrelated to me. Any thoughts? Given all you've seen, I imagine you must have an idea or two as to how to further advance their work.
They could find a new use for Labyrinthos. They could explore the Sea of Stars. They could explore the great unknowns of the universe. Great unknowns of the universe, I guess.
Oh ho, you've touched on the very heart of learning, my friend. The desire to conquer the unknown is the first step to all great discoveries. And I dare say there is no greater unknown than the great expanse. Well said, Scholarch Montacane.
There's all of them.
We too have been giving thought as to what our combined efforts might accomplish. It occurred to me that, by applying Professor T. Lake's research on etheric currents to the data obtained via my star lens, it may be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life.
And we needn't stop there. Thanks to the work done here in Labyrinthos, we know travel to other stars is possible. With sufficient stores of Mervyn bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be. A marvelous idea. The Golden Tieta should prove useful should we require the translation of foreign languages we may encounter there among the stars. And if we can communicate with those we encounter, then we would be able to share our cultures with them. You can leave that part to Professor Tankin and me.
With you all working together, your chances of encountering heretofore undiscovered intelligent life are better than good, I'd say. But what would you say if you met them?
I'll tell them about hope. I'll tell them about what Medion was searching for. Let's go with that one.
That's it? Medion was sent out to explore the stars, and search for the meaning of life. Sadly, her fruitless quest led her to the very depths of despair. But you could do things differently. You could go and spread the word that hope yet lives on. A most admirable endeavor. And who better than we to see it through? After all, not even the final days could extinguish the flame of life on this star.
Hey there, Ryuko. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, raiders. Just quickly, let's see here. Shout out and I think you can just do this. Should work, I think. Yep, that works. And I can also quickly do, I guess, do the SO command. Unnamed SDBX clone. Okay, oh. What was it you wrote there? I need to. How's Final Fantasy 14 going? Pretty decent actually. we're about to finish up the Studium quests. So we're actually about to end the stream here in a little bit. So yeah. But yeah, I've gone through all of the Studium quests at this point. It has taken almost 6 hours. I crafted all of them. Yeah. I ended up filling out my entire inventory. When I started this whole process today, I had 2 empty spots in my inventory. All of the other spots was either filled up with things I just carried around with me, or just all of the collectibles that I need to have. And I've basically had that problem since like Tuesday, I think it was, that I crafted all of them. Did put some of them in like retainers, but I basically had no space in my inventory like the entire week, which has been kind of annoying. Yeah, we're gonna finish this quest then.
That was brilliant. Part of me is glad it's finally over, though. Organizing everything was no mean feat. More importantly, I can't quite believe that your offhand suggestion has effectively created an entirely new academic field. But I suppose if anyone should be taken seriously on the subject of seeking out the unknown, then it is you. It's rather exciting to think I might someday help in the exploration of the stars. At any rate, thank you for everything, Shauna.
Okay, so what was the mysterious
but
reward?
wait. Where is Searching Way? I still need to rub those adorable little ears of his.
She never got to do that. Okay, we get the golden Yata. Okay, is it a bird? Is it a fish? No, it's a translation device. Okay, so we get that as minion. And also a title, Overeducated. We've only done 2 of these. That's fair. I mean, it is a whole process of just like getting all of the materials first off, and then just crafting all of the things. Let's see. Reading of minds, and we get honorary academic title. Nice. So now I'm done with both the crystalline meme, or the Studium deliveries, and also the Studium ones. Nice. And my inventory is finally somewhat empty. Holy shit, it took forever. It's basically like, it's fun enough with like these stories that they have, but holy shit do they take a long time. Like, it's been 6 hours now to get through all of that. Like, it takes a while, but I think it's kind of worth it because of the stories. Plus, we also need a decent amount of, especially white crafter scripts. You get so many of them. I think I've had to empty out like 2 or 3, maybe 4 times with the scripts. Which did kind of result in me getting 145 of the Gather blue scripts and 530 of the crafted ones. Speaking of time, Pandemonium went. I guess we were kind of talking. Didn't we talk about maybe doing it Friday after New Year's? So I guess next week, maybe. So I guess on the 6th. Would that work with you or for you? I guess. Because personally, I can do that day, no problem. I do have my verbal exam that I have to do that day, but it's at like 12. Like, it's basically at like 12 in the morning, I guess. At lunch, and it's like only 25 minutes, so that's not a whole problem for me or anything. But yeah. Would the 6th of January work for you, or does that not work, or what? Because I'm basically just open to do it essentially any day. On the 6th, could work. Question is, collab stream then? Yeah, we can do a collab stream. That's what you want, with like Discord call and everything. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I should. Let's see. There's nothing else really for me to actually do during this stream, because this was all I wanted to do for this stream. Plus, as I also have said, it's been 6 hours. It's 11:30 for me right now, so I'm probably gonna start slowly showing, like, closing the stream. Just gonna finish up these. I guess. Let's check the audio a little bit. Click that one and switch over to this. Also, that's the thing I need to fix. I need to do the whole thing with like having the chat be like the same browser source throughout the entire thing. That's the thing I haven't fixed yet. But yeah, that's the thing I need to fix. You know, might just take the day off, since you don't have Pandemonium. You'll just be waiting for you half the time. That's true. That is gonna be like a whole thing of just, I need to watch so many cutscenes. And then there's also the whole like getting through all of the raids themselves. Plus, yeah, cutscenes in between. Yeah, I guess we can at least like talk about it throughout the week and figure out if we should do it next Friday or some other day. The story is decent. That's always good to hear. What was it? I cry already. We just got you back. Listen, it's been 6 hours. It's 11:30 in the evening. I kind of want to be able to wake up at like a not extremely late time tomorrow, because I gotta be honest, the last few days have not exactly been great in terms of my sleeping schedule, because yesterday I went to sleep at 5 or 5:30 in the morning, because I ended up sitting around on Discord with Chun Chun playing Final Fantasy and just talking, and it ended up, and we didn't stop until like 5 in the morning. Then I tried, then I think I woke up at like 9 something. So after 4 hours of sleep, turned off all of my alarms, and then promptly just passed out again and woke up at like 12:40 or something like that. So that was like that was not good. Yeah. But you can't tell me to cry or not. Calling the popo. You do that. You think you'll just do one stream next week and then do a guest appearance here on Friday? Alright. So wait till Evertech can stop his stream every once. Oh, thanks, release. I mean, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's no law against that. It's a view and you get mini vacation. That's fair. But yeah. I guess we'll basically just talk about it throughout the week, maybe, and figure out more details about it, but yeah. I guess that's just gonna be the plan, that next week I'll get started on Pandemonium. I still also have the Alliance raid, which we will actually get more stuff of here on the 10th. So we could maybe wait until after that. Although I will probably do the MSQ before doing the Alliance raid. I kind of want to figure out what's going to happen next, because I am really I am so curious about the MSQ and what's going to happen, because so far every single expansion has basically had like the 0.1, 2, and 3 patches have all been like, okay, here's a like continuation-esque story of the expansion's main quest or main MSQ. And then the 0.4 and 0.5 and 0.55 have been like leading up to the next expansion. But that doesn't quite seem to be the case here, so I'm curious if 0.3 is going to be the end, or if it's like going to continue, like the patch quests are actually going to continue throughout the entirety of the patch quests, and actually lead that all of this is like lead up to the next expansion. I'm wondering about that. Or we can do both, so you can jump straight to the second Alliance raid on the 10th if you wanna. That is something I could also do. But I do feel like I kinda would want to do the MSQ as one of the first things once that comes out. Plus there's also so much other content. But I'm gonna have to start working on the Island Sanctuary again. Oh god. There's new things that are gonna come out, apparently new ranks and everything, like oh my god. There's so much shit in the next patch. Also, I need to really get a grip and actually do some PvP, because I still haven't reached serious level 25. I'm only at 20, or 20. I'm only currently at series level 11. I still need, what is that, 14 more levels in order to get the mountain reward. So I need to actually get around to sitting down and just do some fucking PvP. So yeah, you have a good grip on the second Pandemonium raids, so those will go rather smooth regardless. The first ones, you don't remember much. Ah, fair. I mean, they did also come out like at the beginning of the year. So it kind of makes sense why you might not remember too much about them. Since, yeah, certain content doesn't get run that often, I feel like. That's the same with certain dungeons. There are certain dungeons that I don't really know the mechanics of, because I've never run them in the normal way, I've just done them unsynced. So certain dungeons, I'm just kind of like, I have no idea how this one works. Anyway, I should probably just start ending the stream before I start rambling for too long. Because I am really tired, I feel like, as well. You haven't played at the beginning, wasn't playing at the beginning of the year, you basically came back as 6.2 launched. Ah, okay. Thanks for the stream. And thank you, Fabo, for watching the stream. And I guess thank you everyone for watching the stream, just in general. And also, thank you, Ryuko, for the raid. Okay, now I just need to figure out who to raid. Let's see here. Who could I raid? Guess we could go with you, perhaps. Although that you've been going for 2 hours and 30 minutes ish. But I can see where this person is, and they're gonna be there for a while, I think. If you want to raid a new dragon, then we can do that. I mean, I think I found someone that I want to raid, and that is Marie Loves Cheese. Thinking of raiding them. Because they're currently playing some, what is that called? Again, Undertale, and they're currently at the Sands. They're doing the Sands fight. So, yeah. But, yeah. I guess I can try and... Let's see, next stream for me, I think that's... You will not watch, haven't played it yet. Fair. But, yeah, as far as the next stream goes, I'm probably not gonna do a stream tomorrow, simply because I think I'm probably just gonna be too tired, plus I don't know what I would play. So I think the next stream will probably be on Tuesday, I would think. Just back to the usual schedule, so Tuesday is probably just gonna be a Elden Ring stream, I think. And yeah, then Final Fantasy on Friday. Because tomorrow we're not doing a Stardew Valley stream, because I think it was Cryptid that cleared that up, or asked about that like a few weeks ago, or something like that. It was on the 22nd, he basically asked like, he basically asked if people had plans there, and we basically just were like, yeah, we're not doing that. Because, yeah, couldn't really do it Christmas, couldn't do it really New Year's either, so Saturday next week, possibly, Stardew Valley, unless something prevents us from streaming there, but I don't know yet. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching the stream, thank you Ryuko for the raid, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys in the new year, and yeah, Happy New Year to all of you, and yeah, have fun over in Marie's stream. Yeah, see you guys next time. See ya.